Well, a very good morning, everybody, and you're most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for ball-by-ball commentary and, of course, pictures of the game between England A and South Africa. Warm-up game for the one-day series that's coming up pretty shortly. The news from the middle is that South Africa won the toss and chose to bat on a cloudy but slightly muggy morning here in Leicester in central England. Could be a little bit of swing early, in as much as there ever is with the white ball. My name is Richard Ray. I'm usually the BBC Radio Leicester commentator, but today, looking forward to some international quality women's cricket. Two umpires out in the middle, Sarah Bartlett and Sophie McClelland. England team have joined them, and the two South African openers likewise. Andre Steyn and Sune Loose are the two who are going to take a strike for the visitors, and it's going to be Andre Steyn, 25-year-old, who is going to take the first ball, which is going to be bowled from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. And it's going to be bowled by Freya Davis, the 26-year-old right arm medium, I should say. Former Brighton College student. Made her international debut a couple of years ago now and has 7 ODIs to her name. In she comes and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of movement for her. It straightens slightly. Outside off stump is allowed to go through by Steyn to the wicket keeper, and there is, of course, no run. Davis turns, tall, fair-haired, in and bowls straight, but just turned off middle and leg by Steyn for the opening run. Could be a second, should be a second really, but a little bit of hesitation between the two. She couldn't quite see possibly Steyn as she turned there, the ball behind the umpire, and consequently taking no chances this early in proceedings, settles for a single. She is off the mark. Davis turns, is in and bowls, full edged, but soft hands between gully and slip. Would have possibly been a chance for fielder at around about third slip, falling forwards. But as I say, soft hands again, that little touch of movement for Davis on the front foot. Wolfhard, I beg your pardon, is out there, not loose. And just steered it down to third man and picks up a single. Apologies, Laura Wolfhard is the not Sune Loose. Davis is in to Steyn, Fuller this time, looking to drive, weight on the front foot, but no real weight into the shot. Steered it out into the covers. And no run. Alice Capsey, the 17-year-old, the fielder there. Outfield very, very dry, very, very hard. Not easy to field on at the moment. Not much rain in England anywhere, actually, over the recent months. In goes Davis and bowls onto the legs of Steyn, who calmly turns it out towards deep backward square. Should definitely be two here. Takes on the arm of the field down at long leg. Makes her ground reasonably comfortably in the end. Grace Potts, the fielder, running in from long leg out towards deep backward square. Just checks the back of her heels as she walks back there. Steyn picks up a couple. She moves on to 3, 4 without loss after 5 balls. Davis, very straight run, is in and bowls. Drags the length back a little bit, stays on the back foot, steers it out into the covers. Should pick up one, easily does so. As fielder runs back, Capsey throws on the turn. Single taken. Good start for South Africa in those circumstances. 5 without loss, not too many risks. There was a slight edge pushing forward from Wolfhard to get off the mark. Went quite low towards about third slip. Not a chance, but a little bit of a moral victory for the bowler on that occasion. 1 over gone, 5 without loss. Andre Steyn made 8 and 3 in the Test match, so should be grateful, I'm sure, for a decent innings here. Plenty of opportunity. It's a good pitch. This is the pitch that was used twice recently by Leicestershire in their last 2 T20 games. Over 800 runs scored on it in those 2 games. In from the Bennett end goes Grace Potts. It's clipped away full on the legs, and Steyn just leant on it, waited for it, and leg stump half volley, clipped away. And as I say, very, very fast outfield. No chance for long leg to get around and cut it off at deep backward square. Steyn picks up 4, moves on to 8. Once you beat the infield, you have every chance of picking up a boundary. Ropes are in, but not as much as you might expect. It's reasonably centrally cut, the pitch. In goes Potts and bowls. Leaning forward is Steyn, playing the ball straight back up the pitch to Grace Potts. Just the one slip in and a gully as well, as Potts, slightly angled run, comes in and bowls down the leg side. Steyn ignores it basically, watches it through into the gloves of the keeper, and of course umpire Bartlett signals wide. Eve Jones standing at slips, standing quite wide, trying to cover 2 slips really. That's much straighter delivery from Potts. Again, it's turned off the stumps really, off middle and leg out towards deep backward square, and it almost makes it an indication of, again, how fast the outfield is, because she barely leant on that one. Steyn and picks up a couple. Good work out there on the square leg boundary, running back from mid-wicket. Put in the slide to make the stop. Did so. Straight-ish, full-ish delivery, but again looking to go, it was drifting down the leg side from Potts there. Steyn again looking to work it on the leg side. Worth a shout, but umpire Bartlett not impressed, or not sufficiently impressed to raise a finger anyway. Wasn't massive support from behind. Laura Winfield-Hill, the wicket keeper. Jones, Boucher's in the gully. In goes Potts and bowls very full outside off stump, driven away by Steyn. Should pick up a couple. Chasing back from cover is Capsey. Picks up and gets a throw away. Steyn into double figures, more than into double figures. In fact, she's on to 12 already, faced just the 10 deliveries. I mentioned the pitch had been previously used, but it played pretty well in Leicester's last 2 T20 games of their T20 campaign this season. They would have qualified for the quarterfinals had they not been deducted 2 points in their penultimate game, for transgressions in their penultimate game against Northamptonshire. As Potts is in and bowls, slightly short of a length on the off-stump, stays back, strokes it back past Potts, but only as far as mid-off, end of the over 14 without loss. Unfortunately, Leicestershire had, get this, we're all slightly bitter about that, about it here, but I'll get it out of the way early. It's that they were deducted 2 points because they were reported for 2 level 1 offences. One was the bowling of 2 waist-high full tosses by Naveen ul Haq, the other dissent, one of the fielders. Both deemed to be level 1 offences, and that triggered a suspension that has been hanging over Leicestershire since last season. But it's been massively expensive because they would have qualified for the quarterfinals had they not been deducted 2 points, which would have made a difference of around about £250,000 in terms of income to the county. It's not one of the richest counties on the circuit by a long way, and that would have made a huge difference. And the fact that Yorkshire, the team they beat both home and away, went on to beat, did qualify as a consequence, and went on to beat Surrey in their quarter-final, have now qualified for finals day, hasn't helped. In outside off stump goes Davis, and again, a little bit of movement, it straightens a fraction, but from outside off stump, and Wolfart can let it go through, and does. .14 without loss. Davis turns, kicks up her heels, runs in and bowls, slightly short, driven away beautifully by Wolfart. It was there to be put away. She wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but it's fairly gentle medium pace stuff from Davis going up the hill at the moment, and it did rather sit up outside off stump, and Wolfart leant forward and just steered it away in front of point to the manual scoreboard, one of only 2 manual scoreboards remaining on the county grounds of England, in front of the trees that line the ground down Milligan Road. That manual scoreboard, recently refurbished. In goes Davis and bowls again, good line just on off stump, holding its own, leaning forward. Wolfart plays defensively on this occasion, out into the offside. Bouchier, who was at Gully, is already in the covers, so just the one slip now alongside Lauren Winfield-Hill. Eve Jones there. Conventional field, otherwise long leg and third man as Davis is in, tosses it up, looking to drive, getting on the front foot. No real weight in the shot from Laura Wolfart, steered out into the covers, and there is no run. Wolfart 16 and 16 in the test down in Taunton, but 100 and what, she made a century against England A last time out, so number 4 ranked batter in the ICC ODI rankings. Love to go into the one-day series with a good score here behind her, I'm sure. Waits with knees bent as in goes Davis, bowls to her. Again, there's a hint of just straightening as she leans forward. The opener defends that one out to backward point, or pretty much point really. Maddie Villiers out there. Sun threatening to come out. As I say, there's a lot of dark cloud around. There's no hint of rain, let's emphasise that, and when the sun does come out it's very, very warm. England need some early breakthroughs, I suspect. That one goes straight on from Davis, looking to arrow that one in towards middle and leg. Wolfart has to adjust slightly as it doesn't hold its own outside off stump for once, but does so comfortably enough, pushes it back down the pitch to Davis. End of the over, 18 without loss the score. 3 overs bowled. No alarms really for Andre Stein or Laura Wolfart so far. Free entry if you're in the vicinity to the Uptonsteel County Ground today, so well worth coming down to have a watch. Very pleasant conditions indeed for watching cricket. Grace Potts to continue from the Bennett end. Just a short run, bowls, fullish, and a little bit of swing, waiting for it deep in the crease. Andre Steyn and just blocks it back up the pitch towards mid-on. Mid-wicket runs across and intercepts, just in case thinking of a quick single. Mid-on being back on the edge of the circle. Little bit of shape there from Potts, who is in and bowling on off stump this time, and Steyn playing off the back foot again. It doesn't get up perhaps as much as she thought it was going to, and hits quite low down on the bat. She takes a bottom hand off the bat, having played the shot, and curious. Little episode. Survives comfortably enough, stands up tall, bowls down the leg side, flicks the pad, I suspect there. Steyn looking to turn it on the leg side. It evades Winfield Hill. Jones runs back to pick up from slip at around about short fine leg, and indeed the leg bye is signalled by umpire Bartlett. 19 without loss. Potts a little bit deceptive as a bowler. Tall runs in, bowled down the leg side again. That will be signalled wide, and is. Potts bowls straighter this time and leaning forward, closing the bat face on the ball. Laura Wolfart playing it out to mid-on, suggesting it was more middle than off. Potts in, better line perhaps just outside off stump, leaning forward. Not really looking to drive Laura Wolfart at this stage, not getting to the pitch of the ball, steering it out to Boucher in the covers. No run. Little bit of green on top of the pitch still. But been no rain since those two T20 games. It was reasonably well exposed then, covered since of course for the most part. Potts is in, down the leg side again, and another wide. Too many of these from Grace Potts. She raises her eyes to the heavens in self-admonition. Walks back a little wearily. I'm sure she isn't wearied. It's despondently, so we say, towards her marker. She's about on the edge of the circle. Of walking steps, and she gets into her run and bowls straight, fullish, outside off stump, looking to drive, thick outside edge down into the ground from Wolfart, bounces past the reaching Jones down towards third man. Bryony Smith comes into field and one is taken. Laura Wolfart consequently keeps the strike, 22 without loss, 4 overs of the South Africa innings bowled. Steyn has 12 off 14, Wolfart 6 off 10. Should you wish to tweet me, I'd be delighted to hear from you. Tell me where you're watching from and why perhaps. At Foxes Cricket 22 finds me. At Foxes Cricket 22. In goes Davis and bowls. Pleasant looking drive from Wolfart, but again no real weight into the shot, and Boucher moving across from cover can half stop, get her hands to the ball, push it back a few yards, and then complete the fielding herself. Foxes Cricket, because the symbol of the Leicestershire club is a fox. They are known as the Foxes in the T20 competition and the RL50 as well. In goes Davis, bowls onto the legs of Woolfart, looks to turn it into the leg side. Might have got a little bit of inside edge on that. Looked to be pad as well though. No signal from umpire McClelland, so inside edge and pad means that Woolfart picks up a single, moves on to 7, 23 without loss. Curiously, although I'm commentating from on top of the pavilion here, the commentary boxes, which are about therefore maybe, I don't know, 30 feet up in the air, there was a fox up here on the terrace alongside the commentary boxes this morning when I arrived. Davis is in a tempter, but Steyn isn't to be tempted. She waits for the full delivery on off stump. Again, there's a suggestion of a way shape to the delivery from Davis. Steyn was careful, respectful, steered it out to point, and there's no run. Davis, ponytail bobbing, goes in and bowls that one, zeroing in on off stump. Again, staying careful, leaning forward, playing it out towards point, not as firmly this time. Villiers comes running into field, and again, no run. Steyn looking a little bit disappointed with herself, but a couple of good deliveries from Davis, 26-year-old. Studied law at Exeter University after leaving Brighton College. Runs in and bowls on off stump again. This time Steyn manages to steer it behind point. Bouncing around, Villiers runs to her left, gets to the ball, gets her throw away, but a comfortable single. Woolfart having called Steyn through, seeing it was well behind Villiers. Steyn moves on to 13 from 17, 24 without loss. Davis bowls straight again. Woolfart leaning forward. No big stride from the South African from Cape Town. Experienced, very experienced. 77 one-day internationals. Over 3,000 runs, averaging 45, just over. Strike rate of 67. Steyn with 36 one-day internationals. 884 runs, so a lot of experience between these two. They will set their stall out to bat long, I suspect. Use this preparation time well. 24 without loss, off 5. Potts to continue, 12 from her fair few wide in the legs of Steyn, who is looking or thinking in terms of clipping away on the leg side. She holds back on the shot rather, thumps into the pad, bounces out towards mid-wicket. Rolling substitutions are being allowed in the game, it being a warm-up game, so no change in personnel. Very full Potts on that occasion. Doesn't step out and try and drive it away though. Steyn waits in the crease and comes down on the ball. Wasn't quite a Yorker length, but inclined at the moment to drive it away. Might be a little bit diptive out. It's quite tall. Race Potts. A delivery point is quite high, so what you think may be a full toss isn't quite. In she goes. That's a quicker delivery, but when she tries to do that, she tends to spear it down the leg side, and did on that occasion. So another wide is signalled, and again, shoulder slumped slightly as she walks back towards the top of her mark at the Bennett end of the Uptonsteel County Ground. In she comes, Potts again, good straight delivery this time. Didn't try and do too much with it. Steyn respectful, leaning forward, but indicates with her right hand fed it down the plot. She feels a little bit of movement. Too much to the air still perhaps. The red in these conditions would be wing around. Potts full, again waiting in the crease, Stein, looking to on-drive on this occasion, but not really timing it. The bat sit out towards mid-on. There's no run. Potts is in driving this time, or steering it out into the gap in the covers. Boucher's turned back from extra cover runs and picks up around 10 to 12 yards inside the road. Deep extra cover. Comfortable couple for the South Africa openers. And Andre Steyn, she moves on to 15. The square on up around the side of the ground, so much greener than the square. The pitch is cut on the east side of the ground, which look very dry and used for the most part. Potts is in to finish third over, bowls, and again looking for the Yorker. Played it well. Steyn waiting deep in the crease, just came down on it, dropped it out into the offside. And there is Grace Potts, so she seems to be moving okay. She's down to run a marathon or something. So substitute is running on. Freya Kemp is running on now. Grace Potts is coming off, having 3 overs. She's jogging, so hopefully no serious issues. Maybe just going to have something checked out by the physio. 27 without loss after 6. I assume, therefore, that will be placed from net end. Davis, meanwhile, will continue from the pavilion end. She's in and bowling to Laura Wolfart. Most pleasant forward defensive push out into the offside. Boucher fields. As it bounces to across one of those worn pitches on that side of the east side of the ground, the main road side of the ground. Davis in short, outside off stump, cut away, almost off the front foot by Wolfart, but she got plenty of the air, a good few feet, but I think she knew where she was placing that one. Laura Wolfart still way backward of point. No chance for point, of course. Maddie Villiers to get across to her left. Indeed, for the third man to run across to her right to cut it off, and it cross the ropes and run down to the Melton family stand. Orange seats therein. Wolfart now into double figures as well. She moves on to 11 or 15, 31 without loss. Davis is in, bowl straighter this time. Hands start to go into the air as Wolfart came forward, turned the bat face on it, drifted out towards mid-wicket on that occasion. Davis kicks up her heels, goes in and bowls. Good line and length on off. Wolfart pushes it out into covers. Boucher doesn't feel keen in just for a second. Wolfart thinks there might be a chance of a single on the misfield. Realises it's only gone a foot or two behind Maya Boucher, so wisely elects to stay on well men's ball. Davis is in and bowls on towards Midland leg this time. Wolfart leaning forward. Again closes the bat face on the ball. She plays it firmly out toward mid-on. And Smith. Again, no. England wearing a fairly smart 50 over kit in navy blue for the most part, but with a sort of light blue shirt fronts. In goes Davis, a little bit short this time, leaning forward, away by Wolfart. She's going to pick up for again. Again, it was nothing like a half volley, but trusting her eye, trusting the pitch, it did sit up nicely. And although cover dived across, hoping to get there, couldn't quite get there, and Once it's gone past the dive, it had enough legs to cross the ropes. Down there, extra cover, so a couple of boundaries in that over for Laura Wolfart. She joins Andre Steyn on 15, and after 7 overs, South Africa are building nicely. They're 35 without loss. Uptonsteel county ground at the moment. India men's side were visitors for a 4-day game warm-up for the test match, which prompted, as you can imagine, good odds all 4 days of that game. In goes Gibson now. Is from Danny Gibson is having a bowl from the Bennett end, and unfortunately she rather echoes Grace Potts' opening overs in that her first delivery is a wide down the leg side. The Uptonsteel County ground does have a very slight slope. It's more pronounced going up the slope from the pavilion end, but even so, coming down the slope from the Bennett end, it can be just a little bit, it'd take a little bit of getting used to. Gibson bowls on off a stump. Steyn leans forward and plays with a slightly angled bat down towards a backward point, just wide of backward point, down towards third man, and turns for a second, makes her ground reasonably comfortably in the end. Nice piece of placement from Andre Steyn. She moves on to 17. 31 and 63 in the match against England, the 4-day game against England A last month. Leans forward to a good line and length delivery on off stump from Danny Gibson, 21-year-old from Cheltenham. England taking the opportunity to have a close look at some up-and-coming players as well, clearly, in this game. Plays for London Spirit in the 100, Danny Gibson, who is in and bowls off stump line again. Slightly fuller. Steyn look drive, doesn't time it. Slight inside and it bounces down a little convincingly back to the bud for bat, slightly critical. Gibson is in again, line, perhaps a suggestion of seam movement back in towards off stump. Steyn more than equal to it, just leans forward, plays it out towards Boucher in the covers. No run. Gibson is in, looking for the Yorker perhaps. Steyn waiting. Angles the bat. Plays it firmly out to point. No run. Georgia Elwes captaining England in this game, keeping her slip in for the time being. No suggestions of any chances going Eve Jones' way at the moment. Down the leg side from Gibson. First ball on the leg side, and now that one, that would have been the last ball of the over had it not gone down the leg side. She seemed to have settled into him like Potts when tried to push one, rather fell away at the crease and speared it on down the leg side. 9 without loss. Gibson in sequence, much straighter and look on drive. Steyn doesn't quite time it, runs fairly quickly out towards mid on, and again there is no run. End the over, the 8th. 39 without loss means the run rate pretty much is 4.9. And South Africa, I would imagine, will be, with the start they have made, the time for the innings is for England to be starting the final over of the innings is 2:10. Freya Davis examines a white ball, a little flea, but it is with the white ball. Unfortunately, have to crack on as a bowler. His game in goes Davis to push one down in towards middle and leg. Turned or attempted to be turned off the pad by by Laura Wolfart. Didn't get inside to umpire. McClellan says no, that one came off the pad, trickled off toward backward square, but the leg by taken adds 1 to the score anyway. Davis is in. Bowles, there's a shout fell before, but that again looked a bit side and perhaps a fraction high. She looks disappointment at umpire McClelland. Whether she held it, whether there was a little bit of extra bounce, but for me, definitely going down the leg side. And umpire McClelland would have agreed to have a bishop clutch behind. Freya Davis, hands on knees for a moment to a disappointment. Runs in and Bowl looking to try and missing Andre Steyn. Just a little bit of move from the South African opener, gentle pace, but it was a good line. It was to do into the drive. Almost the vision, I think, this morning when Ball has genuinely beaten the bat. So encouragement for this and a round of applause from her teammates. She is in again, but that one is down the leg side. And although Steyn gestures at it rather than plays at it, it was well down the leg side and signalled as such by umpire McClelland. None for 20 for Freya Davis so far. She is in and bowls onto the legs this time of Andre Steyn, who turns it out towards backward square. Good tumbling stop to her right by the fielder there. But yeah, a waterable single. Wolfhard calling Steyn. From the Singleton in West Sussex. That was her first cricket club, Freya Davis. Turns in and bowls on off. Solid forward defensive from Laura Wolfhard. Out into the offside it goes. Again, has no run. Obviously, Biscay as well. An untouched piece in the Alps is amazing seen. If entering the cricketers' who's who is to be believed, which I'm sure it is. She enjoys listening to acoustic music. She's in now and bowls. Drags her length back a little bit. Wolfhard stays on the back foot, defends off stump out into the offside. End of Davies' fifth over. Did beat the bat one. A little encouragement for her in that respect. Pretty much the only that has resulted in any encouragement for the England bowlers. Minus bowled for without loss is the score. Gibson to continue from the Bennett end bowls onto the leg stump of Andre Steyn, who goes back and calmly turns it down towards Davis at long leg. Takes one. Moves on to 19, 43 without loss. Danny Gibson, a graduate of Hartbury College in Gloucestershire, famous as a rugby coach, for producing rugbyers as well as cricketers, clearly. She is in and bowls very straight and on driven nicely by Laura Wolfhard. Straight on drive from the experienced South Africa opener. And it was too well hit for mid-on to cross and cut it off, although she's standing fairly straight. That had been a shot from Laura Wolfhard, who moves on to 19. Super shot. Gibson is in, not quite as full on that occasion, on off stump. Laura Wolfhard blocks it out into the covers and there's no run. 47 without loss now. South Africa with that on drive. Arguably, I think, the shot of the morning so far. Danny Gibson, a golfer in her spare time. Bowls, that one cuts back and hits the pad of Laura Wolfhard, but going on down the leg side again. Movement for Gibson. She hit the seam nicely there. Did a little bit, going well on down the leg side. There was no appeal as such. Andre Steyn indicated non-striker's end. His movement, I think Laura Wolfart was fairly where there was. In goes Gibson and bowls on off stump this time, wristily turned out towards mid-wicket as it came back in towards her by Laura Wolfart, only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gibson in to finish her over on off stump. A flashing drive really from Laura Wolfart on that occasion, on the front foot square drive, but didn't manage to pierce the field, went more or less straight to Capsey in the covers. Starting to hint at playing a little bit more expansively now. Laura Wolfart, 19 off 27 for her. Andre Steyn, 19 off 33. 10 overs have been bowled. Power play 47 without loss. Solid rather than spectacular, but that's rather the point, I guess, from South Africa's point of view. It'd be interesting to see to what extent, if at all, the sort of new attacking England in both white ball and red ball, whether it has a sort of wider impact on cricket as a whole, on international cricket as a whole, if you like, in terms of teams sort of trying to be more positive from the very start, so to speak. 50 overs obviously very different to test matches in terms of approach, but interesting sort of ripple effect on cricket generally. 47 without loss after 10 anyway, South Africa. Change of bowling is coming on from the pin bowls onto the pads of Andre Steyn. The pad just getting on it. Winfield clear up. But, Skipper bringing himself on. She is in and bowls slightly short outside off stump, and Andre Steyn stays on the back foot, steers it out into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper now out on the cover boundary, so there is a gap there to be hit, and it was hit. Picks up a single, moves on to 20. Fuller this time from cross-driven, and a horrible misfield by Davis. Took her eyes off it as she ran in, two hands together. Runs behind her down towards the long off boundary, and one turns into, I'm sure that must have been 3. I was watching Davis as pursuing it back down the boundary, but not a moment she'll want to look back on with any pleasure, that's for sure. Elwes is in. Bowls turned out towards mid. Comfortable single take. Mid wicket fairly quick to the ball. Throws in left-handed. Single taken. 50 up for South Africa. Staying on to 21. Elwes is in again, looking to drive Laura Wolfart through that big gap in the covers. Runs out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Jones is out there now, having been at slip, having had someone to talk to, Winfield Hill, for a while. She's now not got a fielder within 50 yards of her, out there in front of the manual scoreboard. She might have a fair bit of work to do. Both openers on to 21 now as Elwes is in, middle and leg full. Down towards the backward square by Andre Steyn, picks up a single. Easy pickings really in the over. Just searching for her length, as I say, slight slope uphill, and it can take a while for the bowlers to rather settle in to any sort of rhythm here. The Uptonsteel County Ground. We'll get used to it fairly quickly, I would think. 52 without loss after 11. Davis goes off. Don't know quite what that signal was indicating. Sort of rolling her shoulders and can't imagine wants a sweater It is becoming a little bit sticky out there, a little bit humid. Forecast to get a lot warmer in the UK over the next few days. And to continue full, just wait, no foot movement from Andre Stein, blocking it out into the offside. There's no run. Outside off stump, going for a drive perhaps on this occasion. Stein didn't really put a weight into the shot, didn't get anything on it. Wasn't taken cleanly by Winfield Hill outside off stump. Bounced out of the gauntlets, but no byes accruing as a consequence. Hello to Derek Evans, who's following the stream. Not in exotic location, he's in darkest Berkshire. And goes Gibson and before wicket. Stein on the back foot, sounded a little bit wooden, but the appeal wasn't exactly vociferous. But Danny Gibson raised her right arm, put in the shout, ditto Winfield Hill, and umpire Sarah Bartlett had no doubts, quickly raised the finger. Certainly wasn't going to go over the top from Danny Gibson. Let's have a look on the replay. The only question was it going down the leg side? She was looking to play it out into the leg side, would possibly have gone on to hit leg stump. So a breakthrough for England, one that they needed. Andre Stein, 22, and going well. But leg before wicket now to Danny Gibson. South Africa 52 for 1. In at number 3 for South Africa, 6-year-old, 40 one-day internationals, of course. Gibson looking to push the ball across as the sun comes out, bowls and forward solidly. Goes Goodall, playing the ball back up the pitch on the off side. 686 runs in those 40 one-day internationals at 23, strike rate of 62. Made her international debut in 2016. 10 and 26 in the test match. Gibson is inviting 5 outside off stump with a fullish delivery. Not timed at all by Goodall. Tall, strong, looking perhaps to punch it away. Gets a bit of a thick inside edge to not in position at all. It bounces out into the onside. Gibson is in, good straight delivery. Goodall is studiously forward, out into the offside it goes. Over from Danny Gibson, a wicket taken in it. 52 for 1 as a consequence. In fact, it was a wicket maiden, well bowled. Yeah, lots more bly appearing around the ground now, or above the ground. And behind me, Leicester City Centre, set fair. I say again, free entry if you want to wander down, you're in the vicinity. In goes Elwes, bowl outside off stump, driven, square driven out to boundary, no chance at all. This time for Eve Jones, the sweeper on the offside boundary, to get up to the point boundary from cover. It was hit too well by Laura, who moves on to 25. Half volley outside off stump, cracked away in some style by Wolfhard. Always turns, runs in and straight this time. Wolfhard pushes it up to mid-wicket, calls for the single. Goodall responds, makes a ground reasonably comfortably in the end. Mid-wicket reaching to her right, is a left-hander, needed to throw left-handed, and just that little extra moment or two made the run reasonably safe for a Goodall, though heart might have been in her mouth momentarily. Elwes is into Goodall, leaning forward to a fullish delivery. Again, closing the bat face on the ball slightly. Plays it out towards mid-wicket. Nice sound of ball on bat. Off the middle, but again being careful at this stage. Elwes is in, slightly wider on off stump this time, inviting the drive. Goodall leans forward, but again being careful. Plays it along the ground all the way out towards mid-off. Brownie Smith, the fielder there. Mid-off all the way through the innings so far. Now sweeper going out to the offside boundary, although Goodall yet to score. Elwes is in, and again Brownie Smith in the game at mid-off as that full delivery on off-stump is steered to her by Lara Goodall. '51 and 34 in the 4-day game against England Day. That was played at lovely Arundel down in Sussex. In goes Elwes, and slightly shorter delivery, stays on the back foot. Lara Goodall tries to work it towards into the leg side, does so but only as far as Maya Boucher at mid-wicket. End of the over, just the single run from it. 57 for 1, as is always, or as is usually the case. The fall of the wicket does just drag the scoring rate back a little bit. Wolfart 26 off 31. Goodall yet to score off 7. Gibson 1 for 9 off of 3 overs so far. Continues from the Bennett end, bowls on middle and leg and clipped away, half volley down towards the boundary at deep backward square, and gets there as well. Two fielders converging on it. Sarah Glenn from long leg, and Alice Hapsey, is it, running down? No, running back from the mid-wicket boundary. Neither could get there though, and arguably one, if not both, should. Gibson is in outside off stump, edged a little bit down towards third man, but got Bryony Smith running to her left, means just a single, not the 4 that might otherwise have happened. Went for it, got hard-handed a little bit there, Wolfart, but she's seeing it pretty well now. Thick outside edge. Slip would have been in, but we haven't had a slip for a few overs now. So she picks up what moves on to 31. But Goodall back down on strike to face Gibson, who is in at bowls, and solid on from Goodall, but at the moment looking out the fielders, that one goes straight to mid-on. Gibson is in very full again. Goodall is driving, but straight back up the pitch. Gibson herself fields in her follow through. Sun comes back out. Sunglasses needed. Really good, mate, is the encouraging cry to Danny Gibson, who is bowling, back a little bit, and invite again Goodall on the front foot, looking to drive but not getting to the pitch of it. Has to be a little bit careful and steers it out to mid-off. Still 10 balls faced. If time, I wouldn't imagine at the moment getting anxious. She shouldn't be. Plenty of time to do one. Is in on this time. Squeezed it past Boucher at mid-wicket. Mid-on has to run around to her left. And as a consequence, Goodall is now off the mark. Picks up 1, keeps the strike. 63 for 1 after 14. The only wicket to have fallen thus far, that over Andre Steyn. Leg before wicket to Danny Gibson for 22, and this 52. Elwes is in on the stop by Glenn mid-on, scrawls her right, push across to mid, off where Brian Smith completes the fielding. Single is taken. Elwes is in, big full toss, loopy full toss onto the legs of Laura Wolfhart, whipped away down towards deep backward square, stroke wide long leg. It's a long leg who gets there before deep backward square. So just the one taken this time. .65 for one. Elwes in to Goodall, who's on living, but only as far as it's usually been Bouchier at mid-wicket, and it is indeed. I think sleeves arms Maya Bouchier. Leans for Elwes, runs in and bowls on the air, but Bouchier leaning across the right can't get a hand to it, and it runs very quickly down towards the straight mid-wicket for 4, but Bouchier just far second. Elwes 2 in the game, and gestures to her right. Another foot or two, and I might have been able to reach that. Goodall picks up 4, but not without an element of hazard. Elwes is in, bowls to her, and it looked to be a top, but at the last minute almost became a York, and Goodall read it well and put her back down on it in time. Don't. Bright sunshine now. At the Uptonsteel, still plenty of cloud around, but it's drifting away now in increasing amounts of blue. Now umpire walking forward because having an issue with her bat, not quite sure what. Well, she's shown it to Cleland, who is now sending it. Well, perhaps Bartlett has got some sort of implement that can affect some repairs at umpire, I would imagine. Little pair of scissors, perhaps. Anyway, repairs to bat have been noted. Now, Georgia L is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed line. In she goes. Goodall chips it in air, but very straight. Pace down low, but twice in that over, Lara Goodall prepared to hit the ball in the air. Once very well, that was a chip. Really. Both evaded the fielders, Bouchier and then Glenn. So living a little bit dangerously. End of the over, but she did pick up 8 from it. Goodall has moved on to 10 off 16. Wolfhart has 32 off 34, 73 for 1 off 5th. And it looks like the drinks are coming out. Do you know who the England 50 is, Dan?
It might be Lindsay Smith.
End of the trick. And he's rather useful little spell. 1 for 15 from 4. Lindsay Smith is going to have a bowl from the Bennett end in place of Gibson. Left arm orthodox. She's going to go around the wicket to Laura Wolfhart. In she goes, bowls outside off stump. Very pleasant drive again from Wolfhart. Very correct. She does have a sweeper out on the edge of a boundary though, Smith. And it's a good throw. From distance out there, bounces nicely into the gloves of Winfield Hill. Single taken, of course. Wolfhart on to 33. Smith will go over the wicket to the left-handed Goodall now. Tosses that one right up. Goodall leans forward, plays it firmly back down the pitch on the onside. Smith sprawls to her left to field. Tosses it up again. Goodall this time drives more firmly into the onside. Glenn gets across from mid-on to field again. Lindsay Smith. Middlesex born, knows these parts well, having been educated at Loughborough University. Tosses that one right up. Goodall waits for it on the leg stump, clips it firmly away towards deep backward square. Picks up a single. Loughborough should have come under the tutelage of a former player. Briefly, Rob Taylor, of course. Round the wicket she goes, driven by Wolfhart into the gap. Quite sure about the field, really. We have sort of extra, one deep and one a little bit shorter. It means a big gap in the, although there is the sweeper out, that does mean pretty much there's a single to be taken fairly comfortably. Has been out on 2 occasions by Laura Wolfhart, who this time Goodall is in the air, just short of backward, running in, looking to force off the bat. Got a thick outside edge and flew. I think that's Bryony Smith at backward point, and whether she got there, I'd have to have a quick look at the replay if there is one. But well, certainly it was a miss hit from Goodall, and if it didn't reach backward point, it very nearly did. So, bit of a life for Goodall. Not been afraid to hit the ball in the air, but she did so inadvertently. Leaning on a bat, watching as Elwes continues, bowls to Wolfhart straight, leans forward, defends out to Davis, who's back on the field at mid-off. As I say, rolling loud in this game. We do have a changing cast of fielders from time to time, so forgive me if occasionally somebody who appears who I didn't see come out, get a straight delivery on off stop line and lengthwise, and Wolfhart can only straight out towards mid-off. Cleaning contraption, vehicle goes down Milligan Road. As Elwes is in, rolled the fingers across the seam of that one, but tossed it up outside off stump and didn't really turn or didn't really seam, and Wolfhart able to get out to the pitch of it and square drive it away off the front foot out to the fielder on the point boundary. Single taken. 77 for 1. Round the wicket goes Elwes, bowls to Goodall, tucked up a little bit on that occasion by the length delivery. Looks anxious to drive if she possibly can, does some stretches. Bit of an inside edge to that one though, and it runs into the onside. No run. Is in again, playing firmly in the air into the onside. Bounces one before being fielded at mid-wicket. Throws back to Winfield Hill. No run. Mid-off. Bryony Smith goes back to long off. Winfield Hill directing traffic to a certain extent out there. Elwes is in, bowls again, going back or in the air for a few feet. Boucher to right, shortish mid-wicket, can't get there. The ball runs past her out towards Davis at long off, who comes running in to meet it. The single is taken. End of the over, the 17th over that is, 78 for 1. Laura Wolfart has 35 off. Our good old 12 off 23. Run rate then is just over 4.5. It's enough for foundation as South Africa concerned. And it is a lovely morning. Afternoon now here in Leicester. In goes Lindsay Smith, thumped into the leg side by Goodall. Boucher falls to her right at mid-wicket, get a hand to the ball as it bounces down, and that Miss Clinton behind it. Maya Boucher, good work by her. In outside off stump goes Lindsay Smith, inviting the attempted drive from Laura Wolfart. No signal. The single is taken. It bounced down through the glove of Winfield down towards short fine leg. I assumed, because her back was to me, that she must have missed it, but she must have edged it. So a chance, really. Wolfart on 35 gets a stump from Smith. Nice loop to that one. Goodall goes back and plays it firmly into the offside, but only as far as short extra cover. So I think a chance. Wolfart on 35. Is in bowls. Goodall clear away. Lindsay wicket coming off the boundary, and fields one taken. Lovely loop to these from Lindsay Smith. She credits, mentioned Rob Taylor, she credits in particular John Stanworth, the coach at the England Academy, for, quote, sorting my attitude out and focusing my mind on getting in the England team. In she goes round the wicket to Wolfart, who drives into that gap in the covers. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, takes one. She turned back on. Lindsay, look harder at school, she says. Bless. She is in, bowls over the wicket to Goodall, who goes back, forces out towards short extra, who falls to her left and puts it out to the boundary somehow. I don't know quite what happened, but she got a hand to it. Mid-off was run to cover behind her. All that she succeeded in doing was deflect it the other side. Wrong footing mid-off, essentially, who had to turn and chase it back to the long off boundary. Couldn't get there. Again, a demonstration on just how quick this outfield is. Goodall picks up 4, moves on to 18, a 6 for 1 at the end of the 18th over. Lindsay, her prediction for the future of cricket is that robots will take over from umpires. I kind of see what she's saying, really, because presumably eventually you can have a sort of camera analysis on every delivery that it'll be quick enough to give an instant decision. Maddie Villiers is on at the pavilion end, off spin, out towards mid-wicket by Laura Wolfart, and there is no run. In goes Villiers. Again, she goes back, this time pulling a little bit, and wasn't quite as short as I think she thought it was going to be on that occasion. But she does manage to get it past mid-wicket out towards Boucher, who's now sweeping at deep mid-wicket, and one is taken. 87 for 1. Wolfart on to 38. Brings Goodall down on strike. Two sweepers outside boundary. One side, long off full. Goodall waits and plays firmly, but only as far as mid on. Villiers is in outside. Shot pass towards the extra cover boundary. Brandy Smith sides and Boucher behind completes the fielding. 2 taken by Goodall. Moves on to 20. Essex girl, Maddie Villiers, Havering, that is, Shenfield High School. And she goes, tosses that one up nicely, and Goodall has to defend. Bat and pad front, very close on the front foot. Her first cricket club was Bentley in Brentford, Essex. She is in balls of by Goodall, which was a bit of a risky shot, and there's a momentary confusion as she's called through for the single by Wolfart. An odd shot because the reverse sweep, there were two at sort of backward, there was short third and backward point on the edge of the circle. So he was reverse sweeping into a well-populated area. She hit it cleanly enough again in the air for a while, and it was half stopped at backward point, and looked up to see Wolfart was running towards it. The throw to the bowler wasn't perfect, so she made her ground comfortably enough in the end, but again, she's doing a lot of stretching. Lara Goodall at the moment. I don't know whether she has a slightly stiff back, but she's waiting now, looking around it. As the field change over the wicket goes Lindsay Smith on the back. Goodall plays it firmly past short mid-wicket. Mid on has to run around to cover at Sarah Glenn, that is, at conventional mid-wicket. So one is taken. Smith is round the wicket to Wolfart, who is on the back foot playing the ball out towards mid-on. Spinners do improve the over rate, that's for sure. Lynn Smith is in. Drive it is what? Wide up, 2 extra covers. Boucher, that is, makes the stop. Only maybe 10 yards apart, if that. And in terms of sort of almost behind each other in the Boucher, the field one. Short extra is sort of a few yards in front of edge of the circle. Georgia Elwes, that is, the skipper, tosses that one up, driven in the air for a few feet, bounces a couple of times before Elwes makes the stop. But Elwes often is moving, only a step or two to her be in front of Boucher, a conventional extra cover. So she's there for the drive hit in the air, a bit like that one, but a bit further as Wolfart is driving pleasantly, but again moving to her right at backward point. And Bryony Smith is able to make the stop. So it's an interesting fielding position Georgia Elwes is occupying. She's in the game, but well, at the moment the ploy isn't working because with the gap in the for the most part Wolfart is finding the gap in the covers as a consequence. But that over was better, maybe just a little bowling from Smith field on that occasion. Villiers, having 4 from her first, is in from the pavilion end, toss it up, and Goodall is looking to on drive, but sort of squeezes ball into the ground there, and then goes down on one knee in disappointment as it dribbles out towards short mid-wicket. Villiers is in and clipped in the air, just short of mid-on by Goodall on that occasion. Elwes came running in from the edge of the circle. Was 3 or 4 feet from the ball when it pitched into the rock-hard outfield. Villiers is in, hits him on the back foot. She appeals for leg before, but it was going on down the leg side. Just, for me, it didn't really straighten. So then it only hit her halfway up her shin, really, below the knee roll on the back foot. And Goodall playing with fire a little bit. slightest amount of straightening, and she would have been gone there for all money. Outside off stump from Villiers, goes back, tries to chop it into the offside bottom edge, back down the pitch toward Maddie Villiers. This is good over from Villiers thus far. She sends mid on back to long on, goes into Goodall, who again to defend. Back down the pitch it goes to Maddie Villiers. 5 dot balls, and they've all been testing so far. Finish of strong, goes in, and off stump, goes for the drive, does straight down, over from Maddie Villiers. A maiden, and could easily have been a wicket maiden, but really nice flight from the 23-year-old. Really nicely. That over. Lindsay Smith to continue from the Bennett end. Round the wicket to Wolfart. Laura Wolfart goes back, and again with that extra little bit of width she can steer it wide of those 2 extra covers out into the covers, and inevitably therefore towards the boundary. The sweeper sweeps, and 1 in. Wolfart on to 9. Smith over the wicket to Goodall, who goes back and wanting, I think, to hit it onto the offside, came back into her a little bit, rather shovelled it out towards wide mid-on. Along the ground all the way there. Wide of Boucher at short mid-wicket. Smith is in, goes back and is working it defensively the onside wide of who fills and throws to the non-striker's end, but take. Got all on to 23. Smith is in, tosses it right up. Wolfart drives, but only as far as she bounced 3 or 4 times. She sort of formed barrier. Bounced nicely up into her hands. Smith is in again. Wolfart is driving, and again Elvis is fielding, this time having to fall to her right to make the stop. Can't do so cleanly, but drops the ball down at her feet, examines her left hand slightly ruefully. Having done so, sends Glenn back to long off from mid-off. Smith is in, back goes Wolfart. Dangerous game because it came on to her, the arm ball, a little bit, and all she can do is play it defensively. Back down the pitch on the offside, a little late as well, so 1 or 2 oohs from Smith. 93 for 1 off 22. So Smith and Villiers have got to score in these blows. Reduced the run rate, sort of 4.6, 4.7 at one stage, close to 5 to 4.2. Villiers directing traffic out there before she starts her 3rd over. Also has something to say against them. And is brought out from short 3rd to mid-wicket. Strengthen the leg side slightly round the wickets. Villiers to Goodall. Now reverse, gets a bit of a top edge that floats over a sort of backward point down towards the 3rd man boundary. So, well, good thinking really from Goodall, because there were 2 there previously, now just the 1. It would have beaten both anyway because the top edge sort of floated over backward point and then ran away to the 3rd man boundary, but it wasn't cleanly hit. In goes Villiers again. This time Goodall plays more conventionally through the onside, had to wait for it. Strikes a clean ball though, out towards deep mid-wicket, takes 1. General post in the outfield for the right-handed Wolfart. Over the wicket goes Villiers, bowls. Down the wicket goes Wolfart. Villiers may have seen her coming and dragged her length back a little bit. Might just have turned into the pad, looking to work it into the onside, only as far as Lindsay Smith, who, having been at short mid-wicket, now goes back to the edge of the circle. Villiers is in, does go back and does pull Laura Wolfart out towards deep square. It's going to be just the single. Good throw from, I think that day, long way away. 99 for 1. Round the wicket. A hit on the pad. Villiers' hands start to get to the air, but again she realises it's going to go on down the leg side. Goodall sees the ball bounce back off the pad out into the offside. Realises there's no point going through with the appeal. Goes in again. Bowls straight. Hit in the air. Just short of time and again. Goodall, Lara Goodall has hit the ball in the air. They're just short or just wide. Smith sprawled across to her left. Lindsay Smith, that is, at short extra. Couldn't get her hands underneath it. And it bounced out towards the other Smith, Bryony, at mid-off. One. Good something of a life out there in going to 28 off 44. 99 for 1 off 23 is Stricker's score. Lindsay Smith continues in and bowls. Back goes Wolfart. Stylish back foot drive, but only as far as Boucher, the wider of the extra covers, and wider and slightly better. She's still inside the circle. Elwes at that short extra. In goes inviting the drive again outside off stump this time, so Wolfart can drive it out to the sweeper. She takes on the arm down there of the sweeper and beats it comfortably, actually. It is Freya Davis out there. It is a long old throw, probably 70 yards from that point bound. She had a bit around to run across to the ball. So a good call from Wolfart, who moves on to 42. Smith is in to her. She's a delivery on the leg side out toward the deep backward square boundary. Good diving stop down there, though, on the square leg boundary. Good work out there by Maddie Villiers. Saves 2, Wolfart. Must have thought she had 4 there. It did rather float on towards leg stump. The sweep was the right shot and she hit it cleanly, but very good fielding by Villiers. In goes Smith, driven. I keep saying I use the word pleasantly because they're very correct shots from Wolfart. Very as far as Boucher on the edge of the circle, mid-off, back to long off. Wolfart goes back to my left elbow, steers the ball wide of Boucher. Davis comes in from the extra cover boundary and Fields gets a good throwaway on the bounce to Smith, and that is just the 1 run. 104 for 1. Coming towards the halfway point of the innings, Smith goes back over the wicket to Lara Goodall. Straight. Oh, how did that not bowl her? She went forward and it just missed off stump. She missed it. Winfield Hill has a back to me, as does Goodall, but goodness me, that somehow evaded everything and was taken by Winfield Hill just outside off stump. Well, Lara Goodall using up a fair proportion of her good luck at the moment. The 24, Goodall off 45, Wolfart 45 off 59. And it will be Maddie Villiers to continue from the pavilion end. But tosses that one right up down the wicket. Goes Wolfart. Drives very pleasantly out towards deep extra cover. But good work again out there on the boundary. Running down from cover towards extra cover. And getting a throwaway. Kemp. 2 taken by Wolfart, but again it could so easily have been 4. A good work out there in front of the manual scoreboard. In goes Villiers, bowls slightly short of a length, goes back. Wolfart works it out towards deep mid wicket. Lindsay Smith falls to her right to make the stop. Single taken again. Wolfart onto 48. Villiers round the wicket to Goodall, who goes back and plays firmly, drives it in front of square on the offside. Boucher's out there on the extra cover boundary, runs in to meet the ball. Goodall picks up a single, moves on to 29. Beginning to milk the spinners quite nicely now, South Africa. Villiers is in, drops very short, goes down the wicket. Wolfart and thumps the drive towards mid-off. Elwes on the edge of the circle, does very well to get everything behind it. It sort of bounces towards her and bounces up towards stomach as gets down on both knees to make the stop. Wolfart onto 49, round the wicket. All bounce and turn, but from outside off stump for Villiers on that occasion. Goodall went back looking to chop it away, saw it bounced and turned and pulled out of the shot in the end, but Else has put the slip in there now for Villiers bowling to the left. That one doesn't turn. Goodall goes back out into the outside field for a run out, but going to be turned down by the umpire. He's in a very good position. Sophie McClelland, the throw came in from Lindsay Smith. Clipped the bail. But Goodall had made her ground. Umpire McClelland decided 110 for 1. And we are now at the halfway stage of the innings. On which basis you would imagine South Africa will be looking to score around about 260, 270. Is that Twitchell? Pitch, that is. Pitch, but there was a nice turn there for Villiers, but it was from the rough run. Lindsay Smith is in. Goodall gets a delivery on Midland leg that she goes back to and clips out towards deep mid wicket. It's a single. Nice. Well, she has from the start, but a few of those that have been in the air have been perilously close to fielders. Smith round the wicket. Oh, Wolfart drives, gets it, goes between the wicketkeeper and the slip. Well, she'll be hugely disappointed. I suspect there, Eve Jones at slip, because I think she was trying to read it and move to her right initially and ended up having to reach to her left, and no luck at all for Lindsay Smith. A little bit of fortune for Lois, played very nicely in going to her 50. Her 50 has come off 63 deliveries. Picked up 3 there. Down the leg side from Lindsay Smith. Goodall tries to swing it away. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Winfield Hill, reaching to her left, and there is no run. Apologies if the occasional lagging is taking place in the stream. Goodall swings across the line out towards deep mid-wicket, bounces short of the fielder running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. And again, I think we're at least 5 times now that a ball has been hit in the air by Lara Goodall, but has bounced only once before going into the hands of a fielder. Smith is into Wolfart, who's driving pleasantly into that gap in the covers. Any sort of width from Smith, and that gap in is picked out by Wolfart. She picks up 1. Moves on to 53, 117 for 1. Smith is in, down the wicket goes. Goodall doesn't time it, rather overruns the ball almost. So it's underneath her nose. Squirts it out towards mid-on, but having fielded and turns and heads off towards long-on instead. In goes Smith. This time a little bit more leg side, so Goodall waiting in the crease can clip it out towards deep mid-wicket and take a couple on that occasion. Good work out in the deep at deep mid-wicket by, I think, Bryony Smith. Out come the two South Africa 12thers with drinks for the 2 batters. They'll be needed now because it is warm work out there. 119 for 1 off 26. Laura Wolfart has 53. Lara Goodall has 30. Came together when Andre Steyn was a 40 to 22. Score at that stage 50 for 1 after 11.3 overs. After 26, it's 100 for 1. Maddie Villiers conceded 16 from the first 4 overs. One of which was a maiden. Goes in over the wicket, down the wicket. Wolfart lofts it over mid on to the long on boundary. 1 bats 4-4. Nice shot. Got to the pitch of it and went through. And having done so, lofting it nicely out toward long on for 4. In goes Villiers, and not afraid to toss it up again. Waiting in the crease, Wolfhart turns it out to mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith is the fielder. No run. Sarah Glenn warming up now. Villiers is in, leans forward, plays it firmly down into the ground. Bounces so high off the hard pitch that taken above her head by Maddie Villiers, two-handed in front of the umpire. In she goes. It's slog swept by, or attempted slog sweep by Wolfhart. Bit of a bottom edge and falling to her left. At short fine leg, Glenn makes the stop, but a single is taken comfortably enough. Wolfhart onto 58 off 68. Begin to accelerate the scoring rate again now. It had dropped to 4.2, back up at 4.7. Round the wicket goes Villiers. Goodall goes back and off the stump. Tries to pull it out inside. Doesn't time it at all, but Glenn at wicket has a sort of 5 or 6 yards to her left. So all going to be a single in those circumstances. Bryony Smith has gone now too long gone after that previous shot from Wolfhart coming down the wicket to Villiers. Villiers is going to stay around the wicket to the right-hander. Try and cramp her up a little bit. Goes back, pulls the delivery out towards deep backward square. Takes one. End of the over. Sort of for Villiers, left-hander Goodall out of the rough there. When she's bowled straight, hasn't really had to rely on flight. And the two South Africans now very well established, reading it comfortably enough. 1 off 27. Change of bowling then. Lindsay Smith, having been a little bit unfortunate in that previous over. Wolfhart caught at slip. He's being replaced by Sarah Glenn. And slip, Eve Jones is going out to mid-off. So she's going to be bowling Sarah Glenn, the 22-year-old, without a slip. 9 one-day internationals for Sarah Glenn. 12 wickets. She goes in, bowls her leg spin to Laura Wolfhart. It's a little bit too full outside off stump, so is driven away on the half volley out towards deep extra cover, and 2 taken on that occasion. Sarah Glenn made her international debut in 2019 against Pakistan. Is in. Back goes Wolfhart, steering it with that nice high left elbow, but only as far as Bryony Smith at backward point. No run. Glenn, just a one stride really, run up and then on off stump, off the back foot, Wolfhart working it into the offside, but fairly late on. Dangerous game. Could easily have skidded through. Glenn is in, tossing it up. She's leaning forward to that delivery on Midland leg, pushing it into the onside. Good flight from Glenn. Took 8 wickets against South Africa in the fourth game last month. 5 in the first and the second. Winfield Hill, both gauntlets raised at the moment. She wants long gone to go a little bit straighter. Glenn is in. Back goes Wolfhart. It's wide enough to chop into the gap in the covers out towards the fielder on the cover boundary. Eve Jones is out there now. One is taken. Move on to 62, 129 for one. Let's go round the way to Lara Goodwin confrontation. She goes, and Goodall goes back, looks to work the delivery off her legs, comes off the pad, I suspect. Winfield Hill runs out towards short square, picks up and throws to Glenn, but Goodall had made a ground comfortably enough, and Glenn, having taken the ball, hands it calmly to umpire Bartlett and walks off to her fielding position. End of the over. 28 overs bowled, 130 now won. Villiers will continue from the pavilion end, and she does have the slip. Jones, because she's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Goodall trying to persuade her to have a go at one outside off stump. That's a very straight delivery though, and Goodall is down the wicket on driving, only as far as long on. Bryony Smith down there at the moment, having thrown the ball back to Maddie Villiers. Smith jogs across from long on to the left-hander to long on for the right-hander. Villiers goes around the wicket to Wolfhard, bowls onto her leg stump. South Africa gets a sweeper away, anything on it. Thumps into the pad. 23-year-old from Cape Town, Wolfhard. Waits again, a little bit short on leg stump from Villiers. She goes back and pulls it away towards deep backward square. Boucher's the fielder down there. Single is taken. Wolfhard 63 from 76. 2-4. Villiers is in reverse sweeping, an attempted reverse sweep, and it sort of comes off from Goodall in that she top edges it over the top of wicketkeeper and slip, and it accelerates away, having landed out to the boundary. Almost a sort of long stop boundary, almost directly behind the wicket-keeper. And, well, as I say, Lara Goodall, it's been an entertaining innings, but there must be something that she is using up all her fortune at the moment. She's moved on to 40 or 56 balls, but fortune favours them, and she is certainly that. Round the wicket goes. Villiers bowls to her on leg stump, attempts to sweep, doesn't get anything on it, trickles. Well, it goes past her pad, and consequently is signalled wide, taken just drifting down the leg side by Winfield Hill. Little paddle down the leg side that time from Goodall, plays it reasonably, nobody at long leg. In fact, it's Glenn who has to run all the way from short to long leg, gets there and picks up just inside the ropes, because it did rather not plug. Nothing plugs on the ground like concrete at the moment, but it just did loop up into the air really and didn't accelerate across the ground. Picks up 2. Goodall moves on to 42. Villiers in again. Slog sweep misses. Bounces just past off stump. No luck at all for Maddie Villiers this spell thus far. Puts her cap back on. Gets a congratulation from her foe, Lindsay Smith. She walks calmly back to her fielding position. 139 for 1 off 29. South Africa. D1 overs remain. 6 or 7 and over. Sort of 270, 280 really. With sort of foundation on this sort of pitch, with this sort of field. It's the sort of score that would necessarily intimidate England. In goes Glenn and bowls. Back goes Wolfhard. Into the pad it goes. She looks up and sees Goodall coming towards her and calling. So takes off and completes the leg by. Winfield Hill has to run quite a long way towards the ball at square leg. Extra is therefore taken. Goodall again stretches their hamstrings. As she is wont to do, it may be just part of her routine rather than any particular issue. Winfield Hill has a problem with something in her eye, I suspect, or let's have a look, see. She's found something on the pitch. A stud, it would appear. She checks her own. It's not one of hers, and she hands it to umpire McClelland. Glenn is in round the wicket to Goodall, who is on driving on the front foot pleasantly, out towards long on and taking 1. Davis out there. In the far distance at the Bennett end. Comes in towards mid-off anyway as Glenn goes into Wolfhard, who goes back and plays firmly, but only as far as Boucher at short mid-wicket. Bounces off the fielder, but not sufficiently far for Wolfhard and Goodall to think about taking this single. Glenn is in. Forward is Wolfhard, again playing slightly across the line. Working it out to Boucher. No run. Glenn bowls. Oh, and that's before it could be fairly close. No, says umpire Bartlett. And Winfield Hill. And Glenn hand on heads, because that must have been a fairly close one. Glenn is in and bowls. Back goes Wolfhart firmly down ground into the offside. And there's I don't know whether we'll get a replay on that one, but can't have been too far. End of the over, the 30th. 141 for 1. The sort of rolling sub business goes on. Alice Capsey's back with us. Number 64. Replacing, I think that was Bryony Smith going off. But she'd put on the yellow top before I saw which number it was. So now it's Maddie Villiers who's going to continue this spell from the pavilion end. Round the wicket she goes. Goodall goes down the pitch, lofts it up into the air. Should be caught by Capsey, who drops it, running in from mid-on. Poor Maddie Villiers hand in head, because that was a fairly catch running in from mid-on. She got there with the ball around about waist high, but just went straight through them. It was perhaps unfortunate that Capsey had literally just come on the field. So the very first delivery, she shakes her right hand in disappointment, but that was a bad drop. Goodall lives in, who's Villiers and bowls to Wolfhart, plays it out into the offside, and there is a run. Villiers is in an attempted slog sweep by Lara Goodall. Not really timed, but gets it away towards deep backward square and takes one. Frustrating for the spinner. She'd done her job really there, as she goes in round the wicket to Wolf, who goes running down the track to the ball. Had to reach for it a little bit, drives it out to Capsey, still shaking her right hand. But she made the stop on that occasion. Villiers is in, down the track goes Wolf in the ground through mid-on down towards long on. And from long comes Eve Jones and fields. Throws in left-handed, of course, and one is taken. Villiers is in. Our stump Goodall goes back and chops it down towards backward point. Bouchier is the fielder. No run can be taken. 145 for 1 off 31. 19 to go. Century standard between these. A good rate. They've got that back up to 4.7. Hasn't really differed from that too much throughout, except when the spinners first came on, when it went down to around about 4.2. Glenn is in. Down the wicket is Wolfhart, driving pleasantly and threaded the eye of the needle between the diving Boucher at shortish extra to her right, and mid-off, running away to her left. Can't get there. Nice driven for by Laura Wolfhart, who's a 69. 85 balls she's faced. They've scored at pretty much the same rate. Sarah Glenn is in, tosses it up and looking to drive thick inside edge from Wolfhart. It's running down towards long leg. Glenn can't believe it's gone down there really, and is on hunches with her chin in her hands. Could so easily have gone on to the stumps or beaten the shot altogether. Did neither. Wolfhart picks up a couple, moves on to 71, brings up the 150 for South Africa. Glenn is in. Wolfhart is playing firmly through mid-on, through the legs of Lara Goodall. Glenn tries to get across towards long on. One is 10, and that is the century partnership between Lara Wolfhart and Goodall. 7:45. Round the wicket goes Glenn, tosses it right up, an attempted slog. It's gone this time. Goodall's luck has run out. She looks disappointedly back down the pitch at umpire Sarah Bartlett, but it did look fairly straight. She was looking to slog sweep the straight delivery, didn't get anything on it, and Sarah Glenn has ended the partnership for the second wicket at around 100. Well, Lara did ride her luck on numerous occasions in going to 45, but she's home in the middle in terms of preparation for the series, and although she looked disappointed walking off, I think in terms of that preparation she'll be reasonably satisfied with her efforts. Loose comes to the wicket now. The skipper, 26-year-old, right-hand bat. Such experience in the South Africa batting lineup. 103 one-day internationals. Glenn goes in, bowls to her. She goes back. The ball doesn't turn, works it out into the offside. But only as far as Maya Bouchier. At short, straight, extra. Glenn tosses that one right up and then hands to the head as comes down on it a little bit late. Sooner loose, but gets something on it and squirts it out towards backward point. Jones Fields, end of a wicket taking over for Sarah Glenn. Looks like Villiers is going to bowl out from the pavilion end. 7 overs for 36. Round the wicket she goes, but Wolfhard goes back, turns it around the knob only as far as Sarah Glenn. Short fine leg on the edge of the circle. Sun goes behind cloud momentarily. Down the wicket goes Wolfhard. She slices it up into the air. Should be a comfortable catch, and this time the catch is taken at mid-off. Well, Capsic, having dropped one, wasn't to drop a second. She's still shaking her right hand, but she gets a hug, and I'm not surprised, from Maddie Villiers. Laura Wolfhart's fine innings, comes to an end. She was hitting across the lightly cross-batted there, got the top edge very high, and Capsic barely had to move, took it two-handed above her head. So 2 wickets on the score on 102, and I think Maddie Villiers deserved that one, really. 1 for 36 for her, but well batted, Laura Wolfhart. So 2 batters yet to score, but again, 2 batters of considerable experience in Suna Loose and now Marizanne Kapp, 32-year-old, 126 one-day internationals, 2,220 runs at pretty much 30, 29.6, and 146 wickets at 24. She is in form, having missed the Ireland one-day series due to a bout of COVID. Came into the side for the Test match, made 150 and 43 not out. And at 32, I hope she'll forgive me for saying so, but I think she became the oldest international women's cricketer to make a maiden century. I may be wrong about that, but I'll check that. So it was a while coming for her, for a class batter, but it came in the end. Long delay while she talks to Sooner Loose. The drinks come out for the England fielders. Not yet 1 o'clock, so still got an hour and 10 minutes before the cut-off time, and 17.4 overs remain, as a fair few will be bowled by spinners. That should not be an issue. But not worrying very much out there at the moment. Four overs left in Maddie Villiers' over. And over the wicket she goes to Cap, who is forward. Not getting to the pitch of it, a little uncertainly, prodding it out towards back point. Davis fielder. Could be caught. Top edged and is caught. Cap Loose, I beg your pardon, goes almost straight away. Yet to score. She looked to sort of pull that one around the corner, paddle sweep the delivery. She, again, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Top edged it, and this time it went straight to the fielder. So another wicket falls with a score on 152, 3 of the now, and belated reward for Maddie Villiers. A little bit of bounce. Let's do the first one very well, really. She prodded forward at it without getting to the pitch. Again came forward to that delivery and tried to pull it, top edged it, and a comfortable catch at short, fine leg for Sarah Glenn. So 2 wickets in the over for Maddie Villiers. Figures up now 2 for 36 from 7.4. 152 for 3 is the score. For 4 even now. Villiers is in bowling, turned off the back foot only as far as mid-wicket by the new batter. Villiers is in, forward, or leaning forward on the off stump, playing the ball out into the off side. And there is no run. End of a highly successful over for Maddie Villiers. 2 wickets taken in it. And South Africa, having been 152 for 1, are suddenly 152 for 4 after 33. New batter, Annika Bosch. In goes, Glenn tosses that one right up, driven hard down into ground by Marizanne Cap, falling to her left. Maya Bouchier fields well. No run. Slip is in for new bat, of course. Glenn is in. Cap a little bit anchored to the crease, waiting for that one, blocking it. The thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket. No run. Glenn in. Cap back stylishly, trying it into the offside. Davis backward point, fielding away to her right, but can't stop the ball clean. Pushes it out toward Bouchier, who completes the fielding, but seeing that Cap is able to strike to face Glenn for the first time. And a Bosch 28-year-old leans forward to that one from Glenn, defends down the pitch on the onside. Just 9 one-day internationals to her name. Took 3 for 77 in the test though. In goes Glenn, bowls 2 drives, the all-rounder out into the offside in front of Davis, out towards the fielder coming in from the offside boundary. It was Eve Jones. 1 is taken, so both batters off the mark, 154 for 4. Glenn in, bowls, working it. Cap cleverly out through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on, taking 1. 3 singles, I think, from the over. Bosch, 1 of them, Cap 2 of them, 155 for 4 off 34. Certainly has put the brakes on things, the run rate is concerned. It's still up at 4 points with 16 overs to go. But me talking about 260, 70 might have been rather fanciful. In goes Villiers and Bolts goes straight on as back goes Cap. Defending back down the pitch on the offside. Villiers fields off her own bowling. In and bowls. Forward goes Cap. Angling the bat. Defensive shot, but still out towards the sort of gully region, running across from short third field, but had a fair bit of ground to make up to get to the ball. So can take 1, moves on 2, 3. In goes Villiers. Nice flight to that one. Bosch waiting in the crease. Yams it out into the onside. Lindsay Smith is the fielder. Villiers bowls again. Back goes Bosch and works it nicely out through the covers, or attempts to be, or thought she had for a moment, but work out there at the shortish extra. It's a sort of a fielding position way to your left on used wickets that usually results in loss of skin to the elbows. Hopefully not. In goes Villiers, back goes Bosch again, this time thumping the ball, but only as far as mid-off. And there's no run. Elwes happy to say elbows appear to be unskinned. Rubbing her knees a bit ruefully. In goes Villiers forward, leaning forward is Annika Bosch, just playing it out rather more comfortably as far as Elwes is concerned on that occasion. Fields, and there is no run. End of the over. Villiers 9th, 156 for 4, 15 to go. You kind of want 6 or 7 and over off those 15. But South Africa's target, if they have one in mind at all, may have had to have been readjusted. Sort of region 250. Glenn is in, bowls to Marizanne Cap, who works it, drives it firmly back up the pitch to Sarah Glenn, who stops it in her follow through, tries to form the long barrier, does more or less just in time. Glenn is in, Cap is looking to drive into the offside, inside edge and pad, sees the ball squirt out into the offside, but flight almost defeated her. And Glenn's hands instinctively going in the air, drops a little bit short on that occasion. Cap force off the back foot, but not timing. Still early in her innings, and Bouchier can field at Shextra. Glenn tosses that one up, looking to drive and thick inside edge, roll out towards mid-wicket, but between mid-wicket legs, so running across. Elwes has to run 5 or 6 yards to her right, so single taken by Cap, moves on 4. It drops a little bit short. Bosch tried to pull off the front foot down on one knee, drag it rather, and could only do so as far as mid-wicket. Elwes is in, full on leg stump, big puff of dust as on the back foot. Bosch tries to clip it into the leg side. Bat and pad and bat and ball all sort of come together in a big puff of dust, and the ball ends up running off pad, I think, back up the pitch to Glenn. End of the over, 157 for 4. In a big way since 152, with Lara and Laura Goodall and Wolfart going very nicely. But 3 wickets fell with this on 152, and the runs have dried up as well to a certain extent. Now just 14 overs remaining. Back goes Zancap to that delivery from Maddie Villiers, works it out into the gap in the covers. Coming boundary is the sweeper. 1 is taken. Cap on you. They've playing off in 5 off 11. Bosch 1 off 10 as Villiers goes in. Bowls to her. She drives in the air and it's just short of the diving Villiers. Tries to get her 2 hands underneath it. Came off the sort of top half of the bat. Bottom hand too strong as far as Cap was concerned. Almost a simple caught and bowled. She slogs that one really in the air over Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket. Long gone. Eve Jones runs round to pick up at deepish mid-wicket, and 1 is taken, but not convincing so far from Annika Bosch. In goes Villiers, bowls to Cap, who goes back and calmly turns into the vacant square area. Glenn dodges past umpire Bartlett and fields. Single taken. 2 balls to go in Maddie Villiers' spell, 2 for 40 for her. She is in bowls. Bosch is waiting for that one, dabbing it behind square on the off side. Davis comes in to field, no run. Quite still here now at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Breeze over last day has dropped in back. Bosch implies the way she plays that working it of the over end of Veer's spell. Maybe overs 2 for 40. And she didn't have any luck in the first 6 or 7 overs. Managed to pick up a couple of wickets in her 9th to rough the quality of the bowling, really. I think that's a 2 for 40, a far more accurate reflection of how well she has bowled in the game. 160 for 4. 13 overs remain in the innings. Back goes Mary Zancap, dabbing that one down, and Sarah Glenn again thought that one might just have crept through, dabbing it down towards Eve Jones. Sort of not really short third, she's wider than that, short backward point. Driving or attempting to drive is Bosch, and missing outside off stump, trying to smack it back through mid-on. Winfield Hill takes off the bails. Back foot was altered, was anchored, so no appeal from Winfield Hill, who replaces the bails herself. Glenn is in, a little bit short that time off the back foot. Bosch tries to work it into the offside, but a good diving stop away to her left by Maya Boucher. Although not clean, keeps Bosch her ground. Bosch looking a bit angsty now, looking for a single when there wasn't one there. 2 off 16 for her. Glenn is in, bowls to her. Has she got that one into the gap in the covers? No. Moving across to her right, and stopping the ball is Freya Davis from just backward of point. She and Jodie close to each other as Glenn is in, swing and a miss, and she's bowled. Well, Bosch's innings, not one that will live long in her memory. She will hope, because it was not a particularly successful one. For just 18 all the way at all. And England have come back strongly from 152 for 1. South Africa now 161 for 5. Bosch goes. Bowled by Glenn for just 2. Looks like it's going to come down to Cap to steer the innings towards a testing score. Par on this track. Got 150, you would have thought, minimum. Second wicket then for Sarah Glenn, 2 for Steen for her, for the 22-year-old from Derby. Not afraid to give the ball some air, and with some success at the moment. The new batter is Chloe Tyrant, and she is very tentatively defending that one back down the pitch on the onside. End of Sarah Glenn's over. 2 for 16, her figures. 12 to go now, 161 for Dave. What a turnaround affected by England. Main runs added for 4 wickets. In the best part of 7 overs. Tyrant, 20-year-old from Durban, right-hand bat. She too very experienced one-day internationals to her. Danny Gibson is back seam now. Oh, Cap looks to drive nowhere near the pitch. A little bit of bounce for Danny Gibson. Nicely taken by Windle Hill, standing up to the stumps. Cap gestures in surprise at the extra little bit of bounce from Gibson. Well, in her first spell, 4 overs, 115 she took from the Bennett end. That would have side off stump and cut by Cap as far as backward. And again, there is no run. The run rate has come down to 4.2 now for the innings as a whole. In the last 10 overs, it's been barely a run and over. Gibson is in and bowls very wide, and that will be signalled wide. It was between the blue line and the white line. Bowled a couple of wides in her first spell from the Bennett end, but that was those were deliveries down the leg side. That was an outside off wide. Up the slope she's and bowls again a little bit wide, driven without getting the ball by Cap, but only as far as Elwoods, who's getting a bit of a battering at extra cover at the moment, given where she's fielding. Not that it's particularly close to the bat, but she's in front of a sort of fairly bare outfield there. Rock hard used wickets, and they've been bouncing up horribly for her, and that one sort of thumped her in the stomach as well. But she got something. She brushes herself down there and leans forward as in goes Gibson, and bowled slightly short, pulled around the corner by Marizanne. Cap out towards deep backward square. Boucher's out there at the moment, and one is taken. Cap on to 8 of 17 balls. 163 for 5. Brings Chloe Tyrant, I should say. Instinctively say Tyrant. T-Y-R, it's T-R-Y. Tryon. Apologies to her. Gibson is in. Bowls. Tryon is back, defending. Nibbles in towards her leg stump. She's a little bit late on it. To Dan Gibson, who fields in the run. Gorgeous afternoon now here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. If you're in the vicinity, come on down and see what fist England make of chasing down this South Africa score. Ingo bowls outside off stump, driven in the air, but only as far as backward point by Chloe Tyrant. And there is no run. The squeeze is very much on then as far as England are concerned. 122 for 1. 8 overs ago. 163.5 now. Man up 8 off 17. Chloe tried yet to get off the mark. 11 overs remain to be bowled. Sarah Glenn will bowl 4 of them, I would assume. Here comes the in she goes. Bowls back shot from Zan Cap. She's interested in a single. Chloe Tyrant. Tryon less so, as Elwes is quickly tall at mid wicket, and there is run. Tryon is on that occasion. Glenn is in. Cap is back defending. Elwes, a rather more comfortable piece of fielding on that occasion, jogs in to pick up the ball, hands it to Glenn, dries a hand on the crease. Just a couple of steps and bowls back as that bat turns, looking to cut. Is Cap pulls out of the shot as it, as I say, bounces and turns outside off stump. No great amount of rough out there for the leg spinner bowling to the round, obviously. No amount of follow up, and it tops that one past short ex Bouchier, but running across to that mid off, running sort of two straightish cover. And there is a single take. Down the wicket goes Chloe Iron, lofting it out towards long gone. Bounces twice before Davis fields and throws on the bounce to Glenn. Single taken. Tryon is off the mark, off her fourth delivery. Cap faces, drives expansively, but doesn't really get hold of it and bounces out towards mid-off, where Capsy feels comfortably enough. End of the over. 165 for 5. Bryony Smith, who's been off the pitch, comes back on, hands the subs yellow fluorescent bib to, I can't quite see who's going off there. Could be Maddie Villiers. She's going to put that on before I see her the number on her back. It is Maddie Villiers. She goes off. Her work for the time being, done it very well. Overs 2 for 40 for the young off spinner. Danny Gibson continues from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. A vague ball from Chloe Tryon, misses it. Taken by Winfield Hill, flicks the bails off, but Tryon had gone nowhere. Minimal foot movement from her. Gibson in, bowls, fullish delivery, so she can get on the front foot and drive Tryon out there to the deep point. She is interested in a second. Marizanne Cap isn't. The throw from Davis is a good one to Winfield Hill. From a fielding position in front of the manual scoreboard. One is taken. And on to 66 for 5. Gibson is in. Short run, driven by Cap, but as mid-off. The cleanest piece of fielding Alex Capsey has produced, but she did enough. She stopped it, grabbed it again at the second attempt, a foot or so behind her. In onto the legs of Cap, tries to whip it away to the bottom pad, bounces out into the offside. Very when Gibson feels, continuing her follow through. At Fox's Cricket 22, if you want to get in touch with me on Twitter, very pleased to hear from you. Gibson turn in, bowls, tosses it right up and waiting for it. Dives. Lynn Smith dives across left from mid wicket, can't get there, it runs out. Bryony Smith down here at long on in front of us. And Sill is taken up into double figures on to 10. Gibson to Tryon, who is waiting for that one. Times a nice square, drives out into the offside. Davis comes in from that fielding position in front of the manual scoreboard. One taken. Tryon keeps the strike. 8 for 5, 9 overs to go. 5 wickets in hand. Well, beginning to look like a score of around 210, 215 might be. Or South Africa and Hazan can way to get the bowling away. She's struggling at the moment. 10 off 25 for her. Sarah Glenn is in for the Bennett end. Slightly middle and leg direction to that, delivering it foolish, so try and work it away through the vacant mid on to log on. Take what she does. Glenn is in. Attempted slog sweep. Sounded as though she got a bit of bat on that. Marizanne Cap, there is an appeal, but in more in hope than expectation from Sarah Glenn. Not really echoed by Winfield Hill, who's seen the inside Glenn is in. Back goes Cap, stays a bit low, maybe skidded onto her a bit from the leg spinner. And she dug it out, rather, but that's all she could do. Good from Glenn. 2 for 19 from 7.3 for her. She is in and Bowles tosses it right up. Cap waits for it and drives on. There's no run. 33 wickets in, 12 wickets in 9 ODIs and 33 in 26 T20Is for Sarah Glenn, who is tossing that one up, hit up into the air, but she's got plenty of that one. She's actually cleared the scoreboard. Try on, and everybody looked lost by how cleanly she hit that. It was a lovely straight hit. A fair effort, and they're not long boundaries straight here at the Uptonsteel, but that was a super clean hit from Chloe Tryon, and she cleared the black sight screens there at the Bennett end. It went between the Turner Indoor Centre and the semi-permanent hospitality tent that it is over there. And England players are all having to run to try and get that one back. Might have bounced actually into the car park there at the Turner end of the ground. So a little bit out of the blue there. We've been proceeding pretty much in ones and at the most twos in recent overs since that fall of the second wicket, that of Lara Goodall, leg before wicket. Lovely clean hit from Chloe Tryon to move on to 10 off 9 balls, and he'll exchange a jocular word. The ball's been in six gravel, have no doubt been picked out of it. I exaggerate, of course. Glenn is into Tryon, who is down the wicket, clipping it along the ground past the leg spinner. Davis at long on. Single is 10 end of the over, 177 for 5. 11 now to Chloe Tryon. 11 to Marizanne Cap, 177 for 5. 8 to go. 8 8s, 60. 4 2 230 240. If these two stay together, that could be South Africa's score. Whether that would be genuinely competitive, I'm not sure. Lindsay Smith coming back on to place the end. Mike Gibson to bowl last copy. And in goes Smith and bowls. Back foot worked towards her by Chloe Tryon. No run. She has 4 overs potentially for Lindsay Smith, who is in, tossed up, swept out into the leg side, bounces once before Boucher might have run in, might have tried to get her hands underneath that, but it was a few 3 or 4 feet before her, and it was hit quite low and hard. Has to settle for 1. Smith's going to go round the wicket to Cap on 11. Bowles, Cap is forward, playing it firmly back down the pitch without getting to the pitch of the ball, to Lindsay Smith, bowling in sunglasses. Turns, jogs in, bowls, fullish, pleasant drive from Cap out to the wide long off boundary, but good work down there by Capsey. Gets to the ball quickly, gets a throw away quickly, keeps it to 1. Back over the wicket bowls Smith, and advancing down the pitch goes Chloe Tryon and drives pleasantly. Didn't try and overhit it there. She found the gap. She made sure she was getting into the gap, and Elwes at extra cover couldn't get there. Has to jog after the ball, crosses the ropes in front of the Geary bar, which runs alongside the manual scoreboard. Used to be the Geary stand. There's Geary, famous Leicestershire cricketer. Smith bowls, fullish to Chloe Tryon. On ground all the way towards mid. Coming in from the boundaries, Eve Jones to field. one is taken. End of the over, 184 for 5. Sarah Glenn has a couple of overs left to her, but I don't think she's going to bowl them. This is maybe some sort of prep. One or two of these players may have will have ambitions. Obviously, they'll have ambitions to break into the England side, but I would imagine that this is partly about some of them. Sarah's abilities pretty well known as far as England are concerned. Freya Kemp, the 17-year-old, also, and she's going to have an over or two. She could have 4 overs remaining, but she's going to set a couple from the Bennett end, left armer from London. Have to get used to slope. Comes in and bowls, smacked back over mid-on by Chloe Tryon, over the head of Sarah Glenn, who can only chase up the slope, but Chloe Tryon over the top of mid-on, bounces into the advertising hall in front of the hospitality marquee. Chloe Tryon picks up 4, moves on to 21, 188 for 5. Freya Kemp turns. Runs in and bowls, driven again for more for Chloe Tryon this time. She wasn't at the pitch of it. She didn't use her feet too much. But got on top of the bounce and steered it wide of mid-off, who dived away to her left. Couldn't get there. And Glenn has to cross. Not quite sure why Sarah Glenn had to run across from mid-on to the deep extra cover boundary to field, but she did. She runs back with the ball, tosses to Freya Kemp. Elwes has a word with Kemp. Wasn't too much wrong with that delivery. But 4s from the first 2 dip over. Kemp is in. Bowl slow into the leg side, bounces short of a deep square. Might have run in. Chardonnay didn't quite manage to do so. So just a single on that occasion to Chloe Tryon. Moved fairly smartly in recent delivery, 6 off 17, 193 for 5. So a bit of a charge from Africa. Kemp is in. Flat-footed slog really from Marizanne Cap. Doesn't time it at all. Rolls up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Ball, very slim Dharma. Turns, leans forward, gets into her run, bowls outside off stump, driven by Cap, got plenty out towards the deep extra cover back. Good work out there by the field running up from deep extra. Bryony Smith had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, but did so and just managed to drag it back around a foot or so inside the ropes. Saves a couple. Cap moves on to 14, picking up 2 there, 195 for 5. Kemp is in, bowls very short, very wide, beg your pardon, outside off stump. The slower ball come off, it was too wide. Length was okay, but it was wide and Cap let it go through, knowing it would be signalled wide. Umpire Bartlett, and it was. Is in and by Cap out towards the square boundary. Good work down. In comes the throw, but 2 taken away. Villiers it is who's back with us on the deep square boundary. Work by her, but 14 off the over, I think. Not how she would have liked her to would have commiserate or encouraged with the young left armer. 98 for 5, 6 O's to go. Can still go over 200 near South Africa. So the reintroduction of seam, certainly in the Kempers, reignited the South Africa innings, which seemed to be going nowhere, from 152 for 1 to 161 for 5. But Chloe Tryon, Lindsay Smith is bowling pulled around the corner off the stumps by Chloe Tryon. And she's got it fine of Sarah Glenn very elegantly. She played the shot. She took it off the stumps, across to the offside, pulled it around, helped it on its way, really. Glenn get there. Runs up to the long leg boundary for 4. Smith steps in and bowls, tosses it up, down the wicket goes Tryon, driving, getting to it on the ball, but picking out Kemp out there on the cover boundary. Good throw from the left armour. 1 taken. 200 up with that 4, so 2 now for 5. Brings Cap onto strike. Smith in, bowls 2, a little bit short outside off stump. Cap just goes back and shows her experience by just calmly playing it away through mid off down towards Capsey at long off. 17 off 30 on is the play at the bat, I think, to get the ball away. Smith is in, Tryon is down the wicket, hitting it hard, and this time it bounces past the unfortunate Kemp. Well, we're across to deep, extra cover and get throw away. So there was always going to be 1, became 2, but Elwes, who tried to get something behind it as it bounced horribly toward, very nearly wore it. Mary managed to get her head out of the way. Smith is in again. Tryon a little bit short. Slapped baseball to her head down towards long off. Capsey, I beg your pardon, fields. Gets a throwaway single is taken. Tryon on to 34 from 21. Got the run rate back up to 4.6 now. The finisher over is in. Back over her head. Very nicely hit by Mary. On this occasion, she picks up 4, moves on to 21 for 5 with 5 overs remaining for South Africa. And a lovely Simpson-style sky here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Started off grey and a little overcast, but not pretty much perfect. The clouds of the white fluffy variety. Kemp, 14 from her first, goes round the wicket to Chloe Tryon, who slaps her back over her head for another huge 6. Lovely hit from Chloe Tryon again. Still in first came, took a few deliveries to throw it away, but not struggling at the moment. Has taken a particular shine to the bowling of the slightly desponding Freya Kemp, who's conceded 20 runs from her 7 legitimate deliveries bowled so far. Now Winfield Hill is going to stand up to try and keep Chloe Tryon in her, because she advanced down the wicket here and slapped it high and handsome straight through the offside. Kemp in, tucks up Tryon a little bit, goes back and works it out into the wide opens on the side. Most of the field on the side, long on mid wicket and backward square. Just the one on the offside. Eve Jones out there on the cover boundary. Kemp is in and bowling again, full, tucks up cap, puff of dusters. I was a veteran, but it's a little bit subjective as a judgment. Experienced, right-handed bat, clips it out towards long on, takes 1, moves on to 22, 219 for 5. Smith being summoned in from the cover boundary as Kemp is in, bowls to Tryon, who is stepping back, making room, looking to drive. Kemp follows her, that all she can do is work it off the inside edge, or drive it off the inside edge out towards long on. Disappointed Chloe Tryon with that. 42 off 24 to 20 for 5. Kemp around the wicket, but attempted a slog sweep down the leg side by Marizanne Cap, half stopped by Winfield Hill. The batter didn't get anything on it. It's down the leg side, so will be signalled wide, and is Freya Davis fields from short leg. Anything on that would have shot down towards fine leg for 4. A whistle down there. Kemp is in and bowling, and something of a helicopter whisk into the leg side by out there by Villiers on the deep square boundary. Throws on the bounce to Winfield Hill, who can't stop the ball cleanly, but plenty backing up. No extras. 1 ball to go in the Kemp over. 8 runs from it so far, 14 off her first. She is in and bowling, hit straight over mid on, over long on in fact, a little bit flat from Marizanne Cap, but even so hit cleanly enough, and it did just drop over the ropes at long on for 6. So Freya Kemp continues, unfortunately from her point of view, to go the distance. 6 from the last ball of the over. So again, I think 14 off the over, 28 from the 2 overs she has bowled thus far. 229 for 5, Cap 28, Tryon 43, 4 overs to go. Single engined plane drones overhead at the Uptonsteel County Ground, the Leicester Aerodrome, as opposed to Edelands Airport, which is 12-15 miles away to the north of the city, equidistant roughly Derby, Nottingham and Leicester. Busy commercial airport, but the aerodrome, just for little, it's like that one. That's about 2 miles away to the south, beyond Odeby over there. In goes Davis, Freya Davis, that is bowled to try to get into the left side, doesn't get anything on it either, unfortunately from England's point of view. Does Winfield Hill standing up to the stumps, and it goes for 4 byes between the batter and the stumps. Tryon stepped back to the leg side. Winfield Hill will be disappointed with that one. 4 byes conceded, 233 for 5. 23 legitimate deliveries left. Davis, none for 21 from a 5.1 overs ball, and it should be a stumping, and is a stumping. Chloe Tryon came dancing down the pitch, tried to throw the eye or fairly straight, didn't get anything on it, was completely stranded, but a most lively and encouraging innings from Chloe Tryon. 43 off 27 deliveries for her, including, I think, 4 sixes, all beautifully straight. But reward for Freya Davis, 1 for 21 for her, but England needed that one, having picked up 4 quick wickets. Well, the innings was steered back on course by Marizanne Cap, and particularly Chloe was dumped. Progressive 43, 233 for 6. To the partnership for the 6th wicket, and in good time too. Davis is in to de Klerk, who is immediately working the ball away into the leg side. Nadine de Klerk, that is, 2-year-old. Making sure she gets Cap quickly back on to strike. That's her job really in these few remaining overs. Few remaining deliveries. 3 was after these 3 deliveries. 3 legitimate deliveries, that is, from Freya Davis. Winfield gesturing away behind the stumps, sending Boucher back, or making sure Boucher is in position at deep backward square. Davis is in, bowls, full, dug out by Cap, played firmly through the vacant mid-on area, down to Lindsay Smith, in front of us at long on, I beg your pardon, Bryony Smith, who is at long on. Single taken, Cap on to 29. 2-3-5 for 6. Davis is in. Good length delivery, but pushed out into the offside by Nadine de Klerk, and pretty much is always won if both batsmen go in these sort of circumstances, and made their ground comfortably. Elvis is there. Davis is in, bowls firmly down into the ground, bounces back for Davis's head out towards long. Is the fielder and working over, says umpire McClelland. Meaning 3 are to come, 237 for 6. Now we're looking at 260, 265, which as I say is in these sort of conditions on sort of pitch. Ideal batting conditions now, as far as England are concerned, or should be after lunch. Forecast is for it to stay just as good as it is at the moment. Danny Gibson is coming back on, so Freya Kemp just the 2 overs for 28. Gibson. Look, England. Tough time for Freya Kemp to bowl, it's got to be said. Gibson 1 for 20 from 6 is in and bowls. Whipping it out to the deep mid boundary. Lovely shot actually from Marizan Cap. Really nice piece of playing. Strong wrist. Two fielders out there. Quite a long way from the bat, but neither had a chance of cutting it off from long on or deep mid wicket. Absolutely bisected them. She moves on to 34. Gibson is in, bowls to her again. She's looking to hit in the same area, doesn't time it at all. In comes mid wicket. Smith fields head and run out. Well, de Klerk had to kind of go for it. I assume she looks a bit disappointedly at Marizan Cap, but I think from the point of view of the innings as a whole, she had to take on the arm of Smith coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, and she's miles short of her ground cap. Consoling her with a hand to the helmet. But de Klerk, Nadine de Klerk, has to go on her way. It means Marizan Cap keeps the strike with 4 overs to go. Sacrificed her wicket team, Nadine de Klerk. Two now for 7. Brings Trisha Chetty to the crease. Another vastly experienced player, 131 ODIs, 7-9 runs at 28.5. Wicket-keeper, of course, 133 catches and 50 stumpings. Will not be on strike. Marizan Cap will be. Gibson down the slope is in. Cap is paddling it back over her shoulder down to the fine leg boundary. 2 bounces for 4. Nice ramp paddle over her left shoulder. Stepped across slightly. It wasn't, one of those big stepping across ramps from Cap. She was almost on the front foot. Paddle ramp, if there is such a thing. But she picked it up really nicely and picks up 4. It was fairly safe. Long leg was fairly wide, a deep backward square almost. She has now, that is, moved sort of 10 yards or so to her right. If she'd been 20 yards to her right, she wouldn't have gone to that one. Gibson is in and bowls a big loopy full toss that is driven away through the offside for 4. That was her attempted slower ball out of the back of the hand, got it horribly wrong. And having waited for it to drop nicely, Cap on one knee drove it away on the off 4. Cap 43 off 43 straighten. You can start very slowly and still come up with a pretty decent effort towards the end of innings in these circumstances. The benefit of experience, Marizanne captain, brings South Africa 250, which at one stage looked to be quite a long way beyond them at 161 for 5. But Chloe Tryon and now Marizanne Cap bringing that score within, well within reach. Clipped away by Cap out towards deep backward square, Villiers Fields. One is taken. Cap onto 44, brings Jetty down on strike. 1 ball left in the over from Danny Gibson. 1 for 34 for her now. Gibson is in and bowls down the leg side. Chetty doesn't get anything on it, nor does Winfield Hill. Well, she slows it down a bit, Winfield Hill, anyway, sufficiently for Davis to run away to her right. Stop at short fine, but it will have to be bowled again by Gibson. 252. Down the slope she comes, bowls, drive, out, balls, mid, off. Elvis runs around, extra cover, straight extra cover to field, and 1 is done. End of the over. 2-3, 7-2 to go. First of those two will be bowled by Freya Davis. 6 overs, 1 for 25. Her pretty decent figures at the moment. She goes from the pavilion end and bowls to Chetty. Ball is full and on the leg, slips into the pad, so she can work it out into the leg side. Doesn't get any, bounces out into the offside. No run. Davis tosses the ball from hand to hand. 2 runs up the slope, kicks up, picking up her heels outside offside. Has to wait Chetty on the back foot, turn calmly out to deep square. There being no square leg, no fielders within the circle on the leg side, with the except Glenn, who's at short fine on the boundary. So ball straight or at the legs. Freya Davis, 254 for 7. Cap on strike. Will she give herself a bit of room and try to hit to the offside? Davis is in. She does step back and make a little bit. She is a little bit cramped nonetheless, as Davis follows that and can only play out into the offside for Smith Lindsay, that is, to field in the cover. Davis is in, slightly slower delivery, cut away the offside, a little bit too straight really and a little bit too slow, and Cap went back and gave herself room, but she had room to adjust on that occasion, and she made sure she worked it into the gap between the fielders at her backward point, and cover picks up 4, moves on to 48, 258 for 7. Davis is in, bowls well, bowls straight to Cap, who has to adjust, turns a wrist on the defensive, but Davis is quick to get across the pitch and put out her right hand, make the stop, dot ball. Always a valuable delivery at this stage. Wanders across and has a word with Georgia Elwes, her captain. 1 ball to go. Where are you going to bowl it? Or where do you want to bowl it? Looks like Elwes doing most of the talking. Everybody's leaning on bats or hands on hips, watching the 2 conversation. Quiet, they need a conversation at this stage. They've decided to send short fine Glenn back to long leg, in long off to mid off. In goes Davis, and it is hit out towards mid off, but it's actually Elwes that wide to cover straightish extra cover, I should say, on the edge of the circle, who made the stop. So not absolutely sure whether that was a consequence of the conversation in terms of precisely where Davis bowled it, but it was a good delivery nonetheless. End of her over, end of her bowling, in fact. For 7, 1 over remains, and it'll be Trisha Chetty who is on strike. Mandap wanders down, has a word with her. Played an awful lot of games together, those two, so I would imagine that they'll be well aware what is in each other's mind. Who's going to bowl final over of the innings, 1 for 36 from 7. She's going to have a bit of cover on the offside. Freya Kemp is out there as Gibson is in and bowls on towards middle and leg, just worked by Chetty out towards deep mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith comes in content to take one. Trisha Chetty and get Marizanne Kapp on strike. 48 off 48, 5 balls to go in the innings. 259 for 7. Kapp looks around as in goes Gibson. Bowls a slow delivery outside off stump, the slower ball, looking to sort of paddle it on the leg side. Gets a little bit of an inside to Davis. Short fine leg single taken. Kapp moves on to 49. 4 balls go. Going to get up 270. Gibson is into Chetty, slightly short outside, around the corner towards Lindsay Smith. Good fielder. Away her left arm throw. Next to the stumps. Couple of bounces. 261. 1 is a good result from a delivery in the final over. Gibson is in and bowling, driven firmly through the offside, through mid-off, out to Marizanne, and that is the single she needed for 50. Applause from the South African bench below us and balcony. Acknowledgement at all from Kapp, who kicks around and cross with herself for not picking boundaries. She felt she ought to have hit that straighter and to the boundary. In goes to Chetty, full middle and leg, clipped out, worked out towards Long, who comes in to field Bouchier. 1 is taken. 2 balls for Kapp find. Now, beg your pardon, 1 ball left now for Kapp to find their boundary. 2-3 for 7. Kapp on 50. Danny Gibson is in, bowls to her, full toss. It is hit out towards mid-wicket. It's going to bounce just short of Lindsay Smith, who feels really well started. Run is not going to be signalled a no on height, is it? No, it's not. So Lindsay Smith does well. Fields keep it down 2-1, and that end of the South Africa innings. 264 for 7 is the score. England will be looking to chase down. Some fine innings in there. Andre Steyn, 22. Very partnership between Lara Goodall and Laura Wolfhard. Goodall the first to go. Went 45. Left wicket to Sarah Glenn, 2 for 2. Laura Wolfhard, 72. He went on the same score, caught by Capsey off the bowling of Maddie Villiers. Sune Lusken went quick. Didn't manage to get off the mark by Glenn off Villiers without scoring. 2 for 44, Maddie Villiers off 10 overs, and a Kabosh made just a couple 18 before being bowled, rather desperately slogging at Sarah Glenn for a couple. 161 for 5 at that stage, but Chloe Tryon came in, batted very well, made 43 before by Winfield off the bowling of Freya Davis. 233 for 6. Nadine sacrificed herself for the call. She was run out for 242 for 7. Chetty doors at Kapp. Saw as much of the strike as she probably could towards the end of the innings. Kapp finished 51 not out. Chetty 5 not out. There'll be a 40-minute interval. You hear the sound of the roller going up and down the track that'll be used, I would imagine, for Leicestershire's forthcoming county championship fixture against Glamorgan in a couple of weeks' time. The Foxes are actually, they have another game to play before then. They're at Lovely Hove from next Monday against Sussex, of course. So you can hear the sounds of work being done and we will be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground for the resumption in around about 35 minutes' time. Elwes is in and bowls, turned out towards mid-wicket. Comfortable single taken. Mid-wicket fairly quick to the ball. In goes Gibson and bowls, back foot. Oh, she's gone, leg before wicket. Stein on the back foot, sounded a little bit wooden. She is in, bowls over the wicket to Goodall, who goes back, forces out towards short extra, who falls to her left and blocks it out to goes Villiers to Goodall, who now reverse sweeps and gets a bit of a top edge that floats over a sort of backward point down towards the... In goes Smith, inviting the drive again outside off stump, but wider this time, so Wolfhart can drive it out to the sweeper. She takes on two. Smith is in to her. She sweeps a delivery on the leg side out toward the deep backward square boundary. Good diving stop down there, though, on the square leg round the wicket. Oh, Wolfhart drives, gets the edge, goes between the wicketkeeper and the slip. Well, it should be hugely one of which was a maiden, goes in over the wicket. Down the wicket goes Wolfhart and lofts it over mid on to the long on boundary, one bounce. Villiers is in, reverse sweeping, an attempted reverse sweep, and it sort of comes off from Goodall in that she top edges it over the top of wicketkeeper. Is in, down the wicket is Wolfhart driving pleasantly and threaded the eye of the needle between the diving Boucher at shortish. Is in, tosses it up and looking to drive, thick inside edge from Wolfhart. It's running down towards long leg. Glenn can't believe it's gone down there. Glenn is in. Wolfhart is playing firmly through mid on, through the legs of Lara Goodall. Glenn tries to get it. Glenn tosses it right up, an attempted slog sweep, and it's gone this time. Goodall's luck has run out. She looks disappointedly back down the pitch down the wicket goes Wolfhart. She slices it up into the air. Should be a comfortable catch, and this time the catch is taken at mid. Could be caught. Top edged and is caught. Loose, I beg your pardon, goes almost straight away. As Glenn is in, swing and a miss, and she's bowled. Well, Bosch's innings, not one that will live long in her memory. She wicket bowls Smith, and advancing down the pitch goes Chloe Tryon and drives pleasantly. Didn't try and overhit it there. She found the gap and bowls, smacked back over mid on by Chloe Tryon over the head of Sarah Glenn, who can only turn, chases off, runs in and bowls, driven again for more for Chloe Tryon this time. She wasn't at the pitch of it. Lindsay Smith is bowling, pulled around the corner off the stumps by Chloe Tryon, and she's got it fine of Sarah Glenn. Is in, driven back over her head very straight, and that will be four. Nice clean hit by Marizanne Kapp on this occasion. She picks up Davis. None for 21 from a 5.1 overs. Bowls a slower ball, and it should be a stumping, and is a stumping. Chloe Tryon came dancing down the pitch. Is in and bowls. Kappa whipping it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot, actually, from Marizanne Kapp. Is in, bowls to her again. She's looking to hit in the same area. Doesn't time it at all. In comes mid-wicket Smith. Fields, throws, end run out. Down the slope is in. Kapp is paddling it back over her shoulder down to the fine leg boundary. Two bounces for four. Nice ramp in and bowls a big loopy full toss that is driven away through the offside for four. That was her attempted slower ball out of the back of the hand. Got it horribly wrong. Davis is in, slightly slower delivery, cut away through the offside there. It was in and bowling, driven firmly through the offside, through mid-off, out towards long off by Marizanne Kapp, and that is the single she needed for her 50. Applause. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second half of this game between England A and South Africa. Warm-up match for South Africa and maybe one or two of the England players prior to the one-day series. That is coming up between England and South Africa. That includes a game here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. That on Monday the 18th at 2. The first ODI is at Northampton on Monday, this coming Monday, starting at 2. Then at Bristol on the Friday at 2. And the following Monday the 18th, also at 2 here at the Uptonsteel. Ball-by-ball commentary on the stream brought to you by the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Myself, Richard Ray, the commentator, normally BBC Radio Leicester and all things to do with Leicestershire County Cricket Club, but enjoying watching high-quality international women's cricket here at a now gloriously sunny Uptonsteel County ground. Eve Jones is going to be on strike for Leicestershire. Maya Bouchier, the other opener. Jones pushes the first delivery off her legs out towards mid-wicket, calls for the quick single, makes her ground comfortably enough. The great Marizanne Kapp, having made her unbeaten half-century in the first innings, is opening the bowling for South Africa from the pavilion end. Jones a left-hander, of course. Bouchier a right-hander. 2 slips in for South Africa. I don't think England ever had more than one, although they did have a slip and a gully early on. Kapp is in and bowls outside off stump. Bouchier crouches a little as she pushes that from outside off stump out into the covers. There is no run. The implication of the crouch being that it stayed a fraction low. Londoner, Maya Bouchier, of course, waits with bat raised as in goes Kapp, bowls to her, line and length on off stump. She defends out into the offside and there is no run. Although educated at rugby school, not so very far from here, on the other side of the M6 in Warwickshire. And her prediction for the future of the cricket, I'll tell you that in a moment, as in goes Kapp again outside off stump. Again Bouchier is playing the ball a little low, pushed it towards backward point, thinks about the possibility of a single. She and Jones, having hesitated, decide there isn't one to be taken. Bouchier thinks that women's cricket will be more entertaining than the men's game. That is a prediction for the future of cricket. She is in, Kapp and bowls on off stump. No crouching on that occasion from Bouchier. She defends off the off stump. Well, it's going to have to go some, given what has happened in the recent test matches. That is for sure, but no question that it is entertaining in and of itself. No need, I don't really think, for too many comparisons. And her guilty pleasure, mine as well actually, is Marmite. There you go. 4 balls she's faced, yet to get off the mark. Kapp is in and bowls to her. She's reaching for that one outside off stump, but she may pick up 4. Third man chases across, can't get there, puts in the dive, but she was pushing a delivery, so it was a little bit wide, a little bit short from Kapp, but there was the bounce with the new ball, and managed to steer it well wide of second slip down through about 5th slip, and it fairly raced down across this concrete-like surface to the third man boundary. And although there was a third man fairly wide, couldn't get across to make the stop. So Bouchier picks up a boundary, the last ball of the over. 5 without loss England, remember, needing 265 to win the game. In pretty much ideal conditions. As I have already told you, this pitch has been used actually on a couple of occasions previously. On Friday, Leicestershire played Northamptonshire, and on Sunday, Leicestershire played Yorkshire. Won both the games, but over 800 runs were scored. Actually, might not have been 800 because Yorkshire were bowled out for next to nix. They were hammered by Leicestershire outside off stump, and bowling wide from the Bennett end is Kaka. Just push that one too wide. Jones reaching, wasn't going to get there. Tries again, comes in and bowls again wide. Jones stepped across this time, again let it go through to the keeper. Trisha Chetty has the gauntlets on today. Andrei Stein is at slip, first slip, standing a bit wider than that, almost second slip really. There is a gully, and a kibosh is in there, again very wide from Kaka, and it's too wide, so just the one legitimate delivery thus far from the right arm seamer. Who is in and bowling outside off stump again, a little bit closer this time. Ayabonga Kaka. 29-year-old. 84 ODIs to her name. 110 wickets at 24.2. But as so many bowlers do, just taking her time to adjust to the surface here at the Uptonsteel. That's a much better, straighter delivery on off stump than on the back foot. Jones works back down the pitch to the bowler, who, having fielded the ball in a follow through, just tosses it to mid on. Lara Goodall is out there. Kaka outside off stump again, flirting with that blue line. Jones looks across, having stepped across, ready to cut it away, let it go through, and then looks slight disbelief at umpire Bartlett that she didn't once again signal wide. Fielders out at third man. Kaka is in on off stump. Leaning forward is Jones. Ball slides out towards point, and there is no run. I think it's just third man out at the moment. Can't see anybody else. So in goes Kaka outside off stump. Looking to cut it away is Jones. Not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. Inside edge, bounced down, I think, and Chetty sort of got gauntlets to it, blocked it, and it sort of bounced down towards slip. Stain cleared up, so single taken by Jones, but rather messy piece of cricket all round there. By Ayabonga Kaka's standards, rather messy first over. Cap, having conceded 5 from her first over, will continue from the pavilion end. Right arm over, lovely delivery outside off stump. Jones not too sure, pushed rather vaguely at it, minimal foot movement, bounced past the outside edge and just carried a little bit of extra pace on its way through to Chetty there. turns. Straighter delivery this time. Stein jumping into the air at first slip, thinking it was going to go through onto the pads of Jones. She got plenty behind it, pushing it out into the leg side. No run. In down the leg side goes Cap this time. It swings a little bit, but it swings on down the leg side, so signalled wide. Jones gestured at it, but no more than that. Cap turns, bowls very full, swings in a little bit to the tall left-hander. She waits for it though, plays it neatly enough out towards mid-wicket. Again though, there is no run. Most of the South African team wearing either baseball-style caps or green sun hats. Cracking the flags out there now. It is really, really warm here in the English Midlands. Cap is in again, a little bit of shape back in from outside off stump to the left-hander Jones, who is on her back foot defending down towards mid-on. There's no run. Cap turns, bowls on middle and leg this time, so Jones can stand back and turn it nicely out to square leg. In fact, times it so well on this very hard outfield that it runs away at 4-4. Long leg was almost deep backward square, but again it is a big old area to cover out there. Couldn't get there and it chased across to the ropes, so frustrating for Cap. But Jones picks up her boundary. She moves on to 6-13 without loss. What you want as an opening batsman to get full value for your shots. Cap is in. That's a better line. A nice high left elbow as Jones defends on the back foot, more or less the delivery on middle and off. Back down the pitch on the offside. End of the over. 13 without loss after 3. A couple of early wickets South Africa will want, but again this game all about sort of preparation, so all about getting overs into the likes of Cap and Kaka. White ball overs, that is. Very different skills to red ball. A very rare red ball outing for South Africa at Taunton. Test match come once in a blue moon, really, which is a shame. Ayabonga Kaka to continue from the Bennett end, bowls to Maya Boucher, who again not too much foot movement, just turns face of the bat on that delivery as it comes back in from off towards middle, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. She checks her guard with umpire Bartlett. Remarks it looks quite off-stumpish from here. Almost batting outside off-stump. In goes Ayabonga, and looks like it comes out of the back of her hand slightly. She's looking to push it in to the right-handed Boucher, who's equal to it, defending. Ayabonga bowls, driven, diving across behind Ayabonga Kaka is Laura Goodall to make the stop at straight-ish mid-off on the edge of the circle. Single taken by Boucher. Yet to play an ODI. 3 Women's T20 internationals to her name, so anxious to make a good impression. You never know. You're only an injury away. In goes Kaka, bowls, cut firmly for 4 by Jones. Had to reach for it again. Kaka coming down the slope from the Bennett end is just struggling with her line, particularly to the left-handed Jones, pushing it too far across her. And Eve Jones did have to reach for it a little bit, but did so successfully and timed it nicely away through the offside. Kaka is in, that's a better line on off stump, and the left-hander is forward, thick outside part of the bat. Sees the ball run down towards Gully. Last year's PCA Player of the Year, Eve Jones. This is her 7th England A game as outside off stump Kaka bowls, and Jones steps forward, lets it go through. And there's no run yet to play for England, so important innings potentially these two. For these two. They can make eye-catching scores. As I say, you're only an injury or whatever away from a call-up. 18 without loss off 4. 265 the target. Cap has a third man and a long leg. Sends Kaka a little wider at long leg. Runs in and bowls to Maya Boucher, outside off stump. Straightens a fraction. Little bit of shape to it. Gully has gone now, so just the slip Stein. Backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, who's pushing in a little bit. And a Kabosh who was in the gully. Cap is in, and again Boucher has this odd habit of flexing her knees at the point of impact as though it's crept really low. I don't think it is creeping really low. It hasn't done too much in that respect. Skids on a bit from Cap with it's a style of a bowling, but Boucher's inclination is to stay on the back foot. As a consequence, it can look as though she's a little bit late on it and a little bit ungainly. Cap is in and bowls to her. That's a slightly shorter ball, so it's correct to stay on the back foot and trying to turn it into the leg side. In fact, she picks out Bosch at mid-wicket and there's no run. Cap turns, runs in and bowls full, inviting the drive, and it's sort of semi-driven at by Maya Boucher. She rehearses a slightly more convincing drive, having rather clothed that one out into the covers. It was unconvincing. In that she didn't put her full weight and didn't really commit to the shot. Trying to stroke it out into the covers, didn't time it. Cap is in, a little bit shorter, comes back in, and again that I'll get used to it, I suppose. Odd flex of the knees. She's quite tall, Maya Boucher, and adjusting. It's a rather exaggerated movement from her, though. Unnecessarily so, perhaps. Cap runs away from the commentary box, bowls and into the pads of Boucher. Tries to work it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pads towards point. Was going on well down the leg side. No run from the delivery. 18 without loss remains the score. Made an over for a Marizan cap. 3 overs she has now bowled. 2 at the other end for Aya Bonga Kaka, who will continue therefore. 2 overs for 8 runs from the Bennett end. Can she get a line right to the left-handed Eve Jones in this over? Still got the slip in and the gully, as Kaka is in outside off stump, taken quite low by Tricia Chetty. It might just have shaped back after it had passed the stumps a fraction. Slight figure. Kaka 99 on her back. Encouraging claps from the fielders as she goes in and bowls to Jones, who is driving, getting it in front of cover, and that will run away for 4. No chance for Cap, who's in the covers, to chase that one down. I think she knew, could tell from the set of her shoulders, she was fairly resigned as she turned to chase that one, that she wasn't going to get there. And she didn't. Jones moves on to 14 off 18 balls. Shropshire born, Shrewsbury, Eve Jones. Kaka is in, bowls onto the legs of Jones, who turns it, but only as far as mid-wicket. There is no run. Lara Goodall batted entertainingly this morning and in the early part of the afternoon. It's some cracking straight sixes, including one that cleared the sight screen at that far end. Kaka is in, good delivery, just a bit of movement for her there. Jones on the back foot adjusts at the very last second and manages to block it out into the onside. There's no run. Kaka is in. Again, she has now settled into a good line. Jones on the back foot defends a delivery that moves from sort of middle slightly towards off. Coming up to 3 o'clock on what is now a pretty perfect afternoon here in Leicester. Kaka is in, middle and leg this time. Fuller. Jones waiting for it. Turns her wrists on it, pushes it firmly, but only as far as mid-on. End of the 6th over, 22 without loss. No real alarms for the 2 England openers. Jones looking more fluent at this stage with 14 off 22. Maya Bouchier 5 off 14. The 2 meet in mid-pitch for a confab. Boucher wants to check her guard. And Cap is already taking herself off. So three overs from Marizan Cap, but again, it's about preparation as far as South Africa are concerned. Nadine de Klerk is coming on at the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump, stays a little bit low, but Bouchier plays it well, cuts it away through the offside, and if you find the gap, away it goes, and it duly does. And it hits the one of the groundsman's sheds over there, where the roller lives most of the time. Most of the groundsman's equipment kept in their shed, which is between the electronic, just behind the electronic scoreboard, really, and the Turner Indoor Centre. But the odd piece of equipment is otherwise dispersed around the ground, and the big roller, the heavy roller, lives over by the manual scoreboard. In goes de Klerk again outside off stump. Again Bouchier with a flex of the knees is looking to hit it into the offside, but picks out backward point. Quite short, Nadine de Klerk. red-haired, glinting in this bright sun. "22-year-old bowls full outside off stump, driven for 4. Did rather put it in the slot there, half volley. And Boucher now starting to see it rather nicely. Stepped out and did actually put a weight into that one. Played it nicely away wide of mid-off for 4. "18 one-day internationals for Nadine de Klerk, but although she's picked up 18 wickets, goes in and bowls back foot to turn of the wrists from Boucher only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. She did play in the test, didn't manage to pick up a wicket in the test, or indeed in the red ball game between South Africa and England A that took place beforehand. Bustles in and bowls outside off stump, a tempter, and it tempts Boucher into an expansive cover drive, and she misses. She had to really reach for it, and she would have been livid to have given her wicket away to a delivery of that kind. It was almost a wide. Clegg is in. Slightly better line, slightly closer to the stumps. Better length as well. Boucher stepped forward but let it go through. Did pick up her 4 in the over, so no need. Sorry, 2 4s in the over, so no need to go chasing it. 30 without loss after 7. England 265 to win. But in ideal batting conditions, it remains to be seen what the South Africa spinners can get out of the pitch. The England spinners managed to rein things back a little bit and then picked up a series of wickets, Glenn and Villiers in particular. In goes Kaka from the Bennett end. Forward goes Jones, defending out into the offside. No run. The trees, the limes down Milligan Road, barely moving. Now a perfect afternoon. Kaka is in. Bowl squares up Jones a little bit, who's looking to work it on to into the leg side. Thick outside part of the bat, almost a leading edge. Pops it out into the offside. Doesn't go anywhere, the ball. But certainly not where she was intending to play it on that occasion. Kaka is in onto the legs of Eve Jones this time, who's looking to work it into the legs. I don't think she got anything on it. Is there going to be a signal? Yes, there is. Leg buys as it trundles rather out towards the sort of leg gully area, pursued by Trisha Chetty, and the leg bye is added to the score, 31 without loss. Outside off stump this time from Kaka, then it's cut away nicely by Maya Boucher down towards wide. Third man stroke deep backward point, takes 2. Just has struggled with consistency thus far, Ayabonga Kaka. Keeping the slip in though, which makes sense. Bowling outside off stump, that's a better line on off stump, and Maya Boucher leans forward, plays the ball back up the pitch to the South African. Who is in and bowling again fairly straight to Boucher, who plays firmly but only as far as mid on. Rehearses a slightly more forceful push into the leg side, but probably wise at this stage just to make sure she's middling things. Dot ball, end of the over, 33 without loss after 8. Run rate 4.1. So it's slipped up a little bit in terms of the required rate. Henceforth in. England would need to score at 5.5. But they do have 10 wickets in hand, and as I say, the pitch and the conditions pretty much perfect. Nadine de Klerk, having conceded 8 runs from her first over, will continue. Chetty is standing up to her now, as she should. It's very gentle stuff. Third man and long leg, the two fielders. De Klerk is in and bowls. Chipped in the air, but through the vacant square leg area by Eve Jones, out to the backward square boundary. Great fielding. Down there, diving away to her right. Long leg running around. Saves 2 runs, flinging herself to the right. It is a long, long way over there, and I'm afraid I can't quite see who it is under the sun hat. And the number, as she is facing me, the number is to the back. De Klerk is in to Jones again, tucked up slightly there. Eve Jones rather shovels it out towards square leg. Cap, who's at mid-wicket at the moment, runs across to her left to field. No run. Applause for de Klerk from her teammates. She's in, bowling full, driven hard down into the ground. Bounces quite nicely for de Klerk to make a stop. Spectacular and possibly unnecessarily so, stop diving away to her left as it looped back towards her, having bounced into the ground. Mid-on was waiting to pick it up, but de Klerk shows willing by flinging herself away to her left, getting 2 hands to it. She is in and bowling, slightly short, outside off stump, cut into the offside front of square by Eve Jones, but fairly well populated offside field with a point cover and extra cover. And it's cover who makes the stop. De Klerk is in. May have just held that back a bit on off stump. Jones forward, but it's fairly straight in terms of stump line, off stump line, and she just has to adjust and steer it rather out towards mid-off, where Malaba fields, and there's no run. De Klerk is in, driving firmly, but down into the ground, bounces out into the offside is Jones, and loose fields well at extra cover. End of the over. Just tightish at the moment from the South Africa seamers, which is just pushing the run rate under 4, 3.9 now, 35 without loss after 9. Just a little bit careful. Rate required, creeping up. 5.6 now. Remember when I was playing most of my cricket, Richie Beno talking about once the run rate got over 6, you were kind of in trouble as a chasing side. Not anymore. 10s is considered very achievable these days. Change of bowling. Anna Kabosh is going to replace Ayabonga Kaka at the Bennett end. Right arm seam slightly slingy in, excuse me, in style from Bosch. Thumps into the pads of Boucher. She tries to work it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Chetty runs out to field. There's no run. maybe just having a little bit of a look at Bosch. She doesn't bowl that much in one-day internationals. In the 9 she's played, just picked up a wicket, 1 wicket bowls. Again, that slightly slingy action. Generates a little bit of pace. It's worked off her legs by Boucher out towards deep backward square. Comfortable to taken. Moves on to 17, 37 without loss. Did take 3 for 77 in the test match though, Annika Bosch, so maybe a little bit deceptive. 3 for 17 against England A in the red ball previously. In she goes, bowls very full, leaning forward Boucher with a slightly angled bat, goes out towards point, whose throw requires a leap into the air from Trisha Chetty to take cleanly. 2007, Chetty made her international debut. 15 years ago. Bosch is in on off stump, driven firmly by Boucher, but only as far as mid-off. Goodall is the fielder. No run. Looking to tie these openers down, put them under a little bit of scoreboard pressure, run rate pressure, but it will only take a couple of boundaries at this stage to ease that. In goes Bosch, and waiting for the full delivery again is Boucher. Midland leg pushed out towards Kaka, who's at mid-on. Dot ball again. Even the white clouds, the fluffy white job is beginning to disappear now. And the sky is almost completely blue. In goes Bosch, nice and straight, and dives to her right as it's played firmly back to her, towards her by Boucher. Almost deflected onto the stumps. Kaká running across from mid-on completes the fielding. End of pretty good over, 37 without loss at the end of it. That's the 10 over mark. South Africa at this stage were 47 without loss. Andre Steyn and Laura Wolfart. So they are slightly ahead of the game, but not by any sort of a significant margin. At this stage, third man and long leg go back. No slip now. There is a gully for de Klerk bowling at Eve Jones. De Klerk is in. She's driving. It's in the air, just short of point to dive forward. Took it on the half volley, but asking. She's not sure whether it carried. No, it didn't, says the square leg umpire. It was taken on the half volley, but a really good attempted catch, diving forward, the most difficult kind at backward point. Just couldn't get her hands underneath the ball in time. Good effort there by Bosch. Brave effort too. Although she is diving in the sort of nicest part of the outfield on which to dive, i.e. the sort of the thicker wickets, the uncut wickets on that side of the square. That one comes back in a little bit from de Klerk bowling to the left-handed Jones. And she's on the back foot, playing it back down the pitch on the onside. The lively de Klerk leaps across the field and makes sure there's no chance of a quick single. Continue to squeeze a little bit here, the South Africa seamers. Rate creeping towards 6, 5.8 now. De Klerk into Jones. Again, it's coming back in. She's on the back foot, playing firmly out into the off side. Loose dives across to her left. Can't get there, but her proximity to the ball means that Jones and Boucher can't really risk a single, and they don't. Clerk is in. Bowl slightly slower delivery, played firmly out into the offside off the back foot by Jones, but again loose is in the game, this time falling to her right, taking the ball and getting rid of it quickly to Chetty, forcing Jones back into her stump. She's beginning to look a little bit anxious at the crease now. Eve Jones, 16 off 35 for her. De Klerk is in and bowling. She's having a big swing outside off stump, trying to chop it away. Doesn't get anything on it, or did she? But either way, it evaded. Chetty runs down to find third man. She did. Maybe a little bit of a bottom edge or Q end of the bat. Kept the ball out of the gloves of Trisha Chetty. Third man. It didn't go very quickly down to third man, which is why I'm a little bit surprised. She might have got half a glove on it. Third man ran fine to field, single taken. Jones on to 17, but as I say, not looking too happy out there at the moment. Sweeper goes back on the offside for Bouchier now. We are out of the power play, of course, so form fielders allowed out of the circle. In goes De Klerk. That one comes back in a little bit towards Bouchier, who defends out towards mid-off. End of another tight over from Nadine De Klerk. 3 overs she has now bowled for, I think it's 11, just the single off that over. Scoreboard is lightning fast in terms of whipping over. .38 without loss after 11. Sounds like the road sweeper's back, perhaps coming up the other side of Milligan Road. People sometimes ask me whether the ground, Grace Road or Milligan Road, named after W.G. Grace or Spike Milligan or anything like that. The answer, I'm afraid, is no. As Bosch is in, bowling very straight and driven straight back past her through a very straight mid-off by Eve Jones out to the long off boundary, very straight long off boundary for 4. Nice shot from Jones. Now they're just the names of the builders who were involved in the construction of the streets around and around the ground. Ground was here before most of the houses. In goes Bosch and bowls, comes back in and just dug out by Eve Jones. Jackknifed almost at the crease there. Played it out into the leg side. Managed to get something on it at least. That's the main thing. Bosch is in, bowls, again Jones on the back foot, wristily, trying to punch it away through straightish mid-wicket, picks out mid-on where Goodall is the fielder, dot ball. Bosch is in, swinging hard out towards wide mid on. Goodall stops the ball in a rather old-fashioned way, i.e. with her foot, reaching across to the right, and then demonstrates a little bit of footballing skill. Not with the ball in her hand, just sort of kicking up her feet rather. But she did manage, there was always going to be one, so she did the job one way or another. Bosch is into the right-handed Boucher. Full toss on leg stump that is lifted over mid-wicket for a very easy 4 indeed. An absolute pie of a delivery from Annika Bosch, who has just rather released the pressure in this over. A boundary to Jones, a boundary now to Boucher. England move on to 47 without loss, and the run rate, having slipped close to sort of 3.7, is now back up at 4. Slip goes out to mid-wicket. as Bosch goes in and bowls, dug out by Bouchier and to the leg side again, out towards deep mid-wicket. Luce has to run around a long way to field there. Does so, but 2 taken. Expensive over for Annika Bosch. I think 11 from it. 49 without loss. Bouchier 23. Jones 22. And England are pretty much on track now. 265 their target. 216 left, 38 overs. So rate required, slightly higher than at the start, but without wickets lost, they'll feel in control. 49 without loss. Nadine de Klerk to continue. In and bowls. Nice firm on drive by Jones. Back past de Klerk, who tumbled in a follow through trying to stop it. Couldn't do so, went underneath her body. Straight through mid-on, through a very straight mid-on. And down to the boundary for 4. Fango's watching down in Melbourne in Australia. Bouchier is a jet. Watched her bat in Australia last summer. Very impressive. Eve Jones, pretty good for the Renegades in the WBBL as well. The benefits of playing around the world. Jones waits with bat raised as de Klerk is in, outside off stump. Nicely played into the offside towards point. Good work down there, running across from cover towards the point boundary. Means that it's just 2 for Jones instead of the 4 that it looked like she was going to pick up at one stage, but the runs are beginning to flow now for these 2. In goes de Klerk, again looking to cut is Jones, but picks out the fielder at point. Wolfart there. And there's no run. In goes de Klerk and bowls, driven wide of, or inside the diving shortish extra, wide of mid-off, who has to scramble around to her right by Jones, who therefore picks up 1. She moves on to 29, 56 without loss. Klerk is in, bowls outside off stump to Boucher. He's trying to work it off the front foot, drive it away, and not a convincing shot. Misses it, taken by Chetty behind the stumps. There is the slip in for de Klerk at the moment. Shots like that make you understand why, up to a certain point anyway. A little bit loose. De Klerk in again to Boucher, again very wide. Again, this time she's reaching for it and just about getting the toe end of the bat to it. Squirts it down towards wide third man where Kaka is the fielder. Single is taken. Boucher keeps the strike. She moves on to 24, 57 without loss. End of the 13th over.
Instead of just complain, saying that he's done everything.
Bouchier on strike then, as in comes Bosch. Expensive in her previous over, 2 overs for 13. That was a better delivery. Played by Bouchier out into the covers off, just outside off stump. Hair glinting in the sun. Anneke Bosch is in and bowls, brings Bouchier forward just outside off stump. This time she steers it slightly wide of Sunelus. Has to run to her left to field. Having done so, she starts directing traffic because the left-handed Eve Jones will be on strike. Deep square goes out. Sweeper on and off sides, third man and long leg also out as Bosch is in. Jones straight gets a straight one, covers up, bat very close to a front pad, plays it out towards mid-wicket, loose fields. Bosch is in and looking to drive, bit inside edgy from Jones. Goes out towards mid-on. She was either looking to hit it much, well, she was looking to hit it much straighter than that, one side of the wicket or the other. Bosch bowls, Jones tucked up again and isn't quite sure where that one has gone. It's squirted off a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket. Loose picks up, but for a second, as I say, Jones not sure where it had gone. Bouchier made the call, bringing her through. Moves on to 30, 59 without loss. Bosch is in, hit on driven, very straight. Bouchier makes Jones fling herself out of the way. She does, and then reaches back to make sure her bat is inside the crease. As Kaka moves to her left to make the stop. Jones brushes herself down, grins, and wanders off to have a chat with Bouchier, it being the end of the 14th over. 59 without loss. 206 more runs therefore needed to win at 5.7 runs per over, but with 10 wickets in hand in nigh on perfect conditions, England will surely fancy their chances. England A, that is, will surely fancy their chances of chasing it down. Well, we do have a change of bowling now. De Klerk's work is done for the time being, none for 19 from 4 for her. We are now going to see a bit of left arm spin from Malaba. Nonkululeko Malaba. She's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who goes back and works the delivery through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on. No obvious turn as yet for Malaba. She'll stay round the wicket, as one would kind of hope, to the right-handed Bouchier. Just a couple of steps and bowls, tossed up outside off stump, goes back and wristily cuts into the offside, but stopped at point by de Klerk underneath a big green wide-brimmed South Africa sun hat. Malaba is in, bowls nice loop to that delivery on off stump. Bouchier steps forward, defends out into the offside, then sort of swings the bat in the air as if she wished she'd had a go at that one. Malaba is in, well, inviting her to do exactly the same with almost an identical delivery. And this time she does swing her arms through the ball. Pulls it rather across the line, along the ground all the way there, down towards long on. Loose comes in and fields. Malaba bowls in the air, but driven back towards her by Eve Jones. Sticks out her right hand. Stops the ball for the most part. Umpire McClelland has to hop out of the way just in case. Malaba is in, staying around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, who can go back and just turn her wrists on that one. Although she's playing the ball off the stumps, it's a perfectly safe shot. Minimal turn out towards mid-wicket. Goes the ball, vacancy there, so single is easily taken. Jones takes it, moves on to 32, keeps the strike, 62 without loss, off 15. Comfortable batting for these two England openers. Comfortable in terms of threat from the bowlers by and large. Pretty hot out there at the moment, so I'm not sure how comfortable it is in terms of the conditions. Bosch is in and bowling, driven hard by Jones. This time Boucher has to get smartly out of the way. She doesn't fling herself off her feet as it bounces out to Kaka at mid-off. No run. Bosch bowls full and in fact a full toss that is slapped back past her to a very straight mid-off. Kaka gets across to her left and makes the stop on the bounce, and Jones really will feel she missed out badly there. It was a rank full toss outside off stump. But perhaps surprised Jones with its badness, if that makes any sort of sense. And she didn't time her attempt to put it over the boundary at all. Bosch is in. Length delivery towards middle and leg stump to Boucher, who can just go back and turn it calmly out towards mid-wicket. No real threat at all at the moment from Bosch. Not in the way South Africa would hope. It does feel like at the moment they're kind of ticking off overs a bit and hoping scoreboard pressure helps. Bosch is in, driving. On driving is Eve Jones, but only as far as mid-on. There's no run. 33 off 53 for Jones at the moment. Been in for 15.4 overs, so they will, I would imagine, be looking just to perhaps pick up the scoring rate a fraction as Bosch goes in, bowls on the legs to Jones, who goes back and turns it down towards deep backward square, stroke wide long leg. Malaba fields, gets in a decent throw, but there always going to be two for Jones. 35 to her, 66 without loss. Loose claps her hands at mid-wicket, tries to encourage her side. Bosch is in, bowls, and nicely driven for four by Eve Jones. And you heard the cheer from the England balcony and dressing room down below us there, as they saw immediately that she'd managed to find the gap between extra cover and mid-off, running to their left and right respectively. And the ball crosses the ropes at wide extra cover. Deep long off. Long off is by definition deep, isn't it? Wide long off for four. She moves on to 39, 70 without loss after 16. Time for a drink. Drinks break over. Malaba continues from the pavilion end. Bowls very loopy delivery that is full outside off stump and is driven by Maya Boucher out towards deep extra cover. Should be an easy 2 and is. Malaba bowls, back goes Boucher, cuts this time, more or less straight to the sweeper on the off side though. So on this occasion just the single. Malaba round the wicket to the left-handed Jones, leans forward, plays it calmly. Out towards square leg, jogs the single, finds the gap nicely. Dressing room like that. They like to see the opener just working it around, finding the gaps, picking up the 1s and 2s and occasional boundaries. 74 without loss. Again, Boucher goes back when she might have got forward there. She was beaten in the flight rather by Malaba and ended up doing that odd bend of the knees dab she has to keep it out. Malaba is in. She uses her feet well on that occasion, gets to it on the full, plays it firmly through the vacant mid-on area, down towards long on, where Loose is the fielder. Single taken. Boucher on to 31. Jones has 40. Malaba is in, bowls to her on the legs. Tries to turn it round the corner. Bit of inside edge, bit of pad. Trickles towards leg gully. Car into field and there is no run. End of the over. 75 off 17. South Africa had lost their first wicket by this time. In their innings, Andre Steyn leg before to Danny Gibson for 22 when the score was 52. But it was starting a big partnership between Laura Wolfhart and Lara Goodall. Took them to 152, at which point 3 wickets fell without any addition to the score. Goodall, Wolfhart and Loose. Loose is on now actually from the Bennett end, bowling her brand of leg spin. Outside off stump, cut away by Boucher, but straight to the fielder. Loose is in, looping delivery. She goes back, Boucher. Plays it firmly through mid-on, out towards long on. Jogs a single. Continues to look pretty straightforward. Well ahead in terms of Duckworth Lewis, which is on the scoreboard at the moment, which has them at 53. England 76 without loss. Loose mops her brow, couple of steps and in. Very loopy high delivery that is driven by Jones, waiting for it. She's prepared to use her feet. You're going to get to these on the full and drive them away. Waiting in the crease a little bit. The England openers. Loose is in. She does use her feet on that occasion and drives, gets it past extra cover who fell to her left, but Cap there did get her left hand to it, which she's shaking now, and saved 3 runs in so doing because she slowed it down sufficiently for Kaka to cover behind her, but very nearly past her. Full toss this time from Loose that is swept nicely by Boucher, but straight to the fielder on the deep square boundary. So just 1 on that occasion. 78 without loss. Loose is in, uses her feet, drives, thick outside edge along the ground from Jones straight to backward point. And again there's no run. End of the over. 78 without loss. England, in fact, there were just the 3 singles from the over. And they'll feel, I suspect, Jones and Boucher, they missed out a little bit. Luce has got 115 wickets at 21 in 103 ODIs. I suspect she might have bought one or two in those terms. In goes Malaba and bowls. That's a nicely flighted delivery on off stump. Boucher leans forward, pushes it out into the offside. Malaba feels off her own bowling. She is in again, using her feet. Is Boucher getting to the pitch of the ball, clipping it on the half volley through mid-on down towards long on and taking one. Really isn't too much danger in using your feet unless she sees you coming and sort of fires it wide into the gloves of the wicket-keeper, because there's no turn. In goes Malaba, bowls, drops a little bit short. Jones goes back and square drives out to the cover boundary. Takes one. Gets Chloe Tryon out there. 80 up. Malaba is in, down the wicket, should be stumped, and is. Boucher used her feet when I was saying it was the right thing to do, and I still think it was, but she got inside the line of it, tried to hit it over the covers instead of hitting it straight, and essentially missed. And outside off stump, the ball bounced over her outside edge, her top edge was taken by Chetty, who whipped off the bails. End of Maya Boucher, who can't believe what she's done. She goes for 34 of 52 deliveries. England have lost their first wicket. They are 80 for 1. Malaba then is into Bryony Smith outside off stump, trying to cut a delivery. Might just have straightened a fraction, but wrong choice of shot at this stage of her innings. The very first delivery, far too close to the stumps, missed it, lucky to do so. Fuller delivery from Malaba, is hit hard down into the ground by Smith B, as the scoreboard has her. Bryony Smith bounces up into the hands of Malaba. The first successful over for South Africa in terms of wickets falling in the innings, 80 for 1 at the end of it. Jones then will be on strike 2 loose outside off stump, mistimed as she tries to force it back out into the offside. Bit of a mess of the fielding made by Loose, but in the end it's tidied up by those behind her. Loose is in, down the wicket, swinging hard and caught and bowled. Jones has just played it, instead of really putting it straight back past the bowler, she's hit it more or less straight to Loose, who took a most comfortable catch about a foot off the ground. And both England openers, having laid the foundations, have got themselves out really, and under no pressure and in ideal conditions. So rather, as we had a clutch of wickets falling on the same score in the South Africa innings, We now have 2 wickets falling on the same score in the England innings. 2 set batters as well. Maya Boucher goes for 34, and now Eve Jones caught and bowled loose for 42. And England all of a sudden are 80 for 2. Alice Capsey comes out to join Bryony Smith. Loose is in bowling. A ball that floats down towards Capsey, who just pushes it back up the pitch to her. Loose is in, bowls, driven by Capsey into the gap in the covers out towards the sweeper on the offside. Comes in to meet it, takes 1. Brings Bryony Smith down to face Loose for the first time. From Sutton in Surrey, Bryony Smith. Loose is in, she goes back, pulls out towards deep mid-wicket, bounces just once before it's stopped out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary by, I think it may be Bosch out there. 1 is taken, but a solid pull by Smith brings Capsey back down on strike, goes back and squared drives or tries to punch it off the back foot through the offside, but a good piece of fielding in the covers prevents her from so doing. So end of a successful over for Loose, 82 for 2 at the end of it. Bryony Smith's prediction for the future of cricket is that cricket will become an Olympic sport. And what gives her joy? Freshly toasted bread, she says. Know what she means. In goes Malaba and bowls. Nice delivery on off stump. Leans forward. Bryony Smith plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Sourdough for preference. Malaba is in. Back goes Smith and cuts pleasantly out to the fielder on the cover boundary. Takes 1. Brings Alice Capsey down on strike. South East Stars, Oval Invincibles. No, but alas, 17 years old. Alice Capsey looks around her. Went to Lancing College in West Sussex, where Leicestershire will be from Monday. Forward goes Smith and defends that delivery from Malaba out into the offside. There is no run. Down on the south coast near Brighton. Slog swept. Nicely done so by Capsey on that occasion. Out towards deep backward square. Takes 1. Moves on 2-2. Bryony Smith back on strike. Rather defeated in the flight again by Malaba, but goes back and plays it firmly through mid-on. Capsey's presence prevents Malaba from fielding, but she doesn't have to move, so and doesn't. Malaba is in, brings Capsey forward, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. End of good over from Malaba. 85 for 2, 21 overs bowled. Run rate 4, more or less. Rate required has now nibbled over 6, 6.2. 180 needed off 29. Keen tennis and squash player Alice Capsey. First cricket club was Capel Cricket Club in Surrey. Over the wicket goes Sune Loose, brings Bryony Smith forward defensively, rather pops up in the air into the offside, but no fielder within yards of the ball, so safe enough. Loose is in outside off stump, a little bit short this time. Smith can go back and chop it away through the offside gap out to the fielder on the extra cover boundary. Takes one. Loose is in, Capsey's down the wicket, caught and bowled, chance driven hard, couldn't hang on this occasion. In fact, it's gone through her hands so quickly that it's gone out to the long off boundary, and Loose has hurt herself. So she immediately, it was hit cleanly and hard by Alice Capsey. Loose had to go for it. It was very catchable. But she has done something to one of her fingers. Now on comes the physio. Nobody looks, including her, too distressed about it. Wanders forward. Shows her right hand to the physio. We are in mid-over, so there will be a break now. Well, it is her bowling hand, of course, so whatever she has done will need to be treated. It may have been she's just slightly dislocated it. Or dislocated the top of the joint, the top joint. She's down on her haunches now. The physio is manipulating away. He might just be able to click it back into position. He's manipulating rather than putting on a plaster or anything, as far as I can tell. Because he's got his back to me at the moment, so although they're not too far from me, I can't quite see what is happening. Which is frustrating in a ghoulish sort of way. 90 for 2 the score. She's back up off her haunches now, Sune Loose. And is going to go off, in fact. So whether it's been put back in or whether it was a cut or something like that. I can see now she has got a little bit of a bandage on one of her fingers, so maybe she cut herself. But she's marching smartly off now, so somebody is going to have to finish her over. The two umpires looking inquiringly at the South Africa side, who are gathered in mid-pitch. A round of applause for somebody, not sure who or why. Much amusement. Well, it looks like Annika Bosch is going to finish the over at any rate, and she wasn't the one being applauded. A little bit of an in-joke going on out there, clearly. Fanga reckons Alice Capsey will be playing for England before another year has elapsed, within a year. And she's going to be a really good international player. She certainly hit that one crisply enough to discomfort Sune Loose. So Bosch will have 3 balls to go to complete the Loose over. She is in to Capsey, onto her legs, turned behind square to the fielder who is lurking on the edge of the circle there, who is Marizanne Cap. Straight to her, so dot ball. Bosch is in, outside off stump, cut away by Capsey, out to the extra cover boundary. Sweeper comes into field, one is taken. Runs like an athlete, Capsey. That's for sure. Bosch is in, outside off stump, takes a bottom hand off the bat as she tries to punch it away through the offside. She does punch it away through the offside. Bryony Smith, that is, on that occasion. It might just have bounced a little bit more than she expected it to. It runs out towards long off. She takes one and keeps the strike. She moves on to 5. Capsey has 7, 92 for 2. Just looking to repair the damage done by the fall of 2 wickets with a score on 80. Bouchier stumped Chetty, bowled Malaba for 34, and Jones caught and bowled loose for 42. Sun beating down now. A few very wispy clouds. But that is all there is. And we are forecast for this sort of heat to stay now for a few days, as in goes Malaba, driven out back towards her by Bryony Smith. Hard hitting batsman. Malaba half fields in her follow through and deflects it on down towards mid off. Shakes her left hand. Runs in and bowls. Back goes Smith and cuts nicely out to the fielder on the cover boundary, sweeping out there. One is taken. Malaba is in. Back goes Capsey, just turning the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, the only sort of close fielder on the leg side. Chloe Tryon makes the stop. Fuller delivery that time, so she can wait for it, Capsey, and play it firmly through the vacant mid-on area down towards Bosch, who's now down here in front of us at long on. Malaba is in, short-armed, attempted sort of pull through the onside by Bryony Smith, but it's a little bit too straight and too full for that. And she ends up shoveling it out towards mid-wicket, where Tryon fields. That one is outside off stump, trying to steer it away, plays and misses. So another really good over from Nonkululeko Malaba. 22-year-old, 8 ODIs, 4 wickets, expensive wickets in those overs, in those ODIs, 71, 2 for 74 in the test, but very well worth persisting with. She has a nice loop to her deliveries and looks highly promising to me. 94 for 2. Bosch is going to continue from the Bennett end outside off stump. Capsey looking to force into the offside, gets a thick bottom edge, hits it down into the ground almost in front of her. Chetty comes out from behind the stumps to pick up the ball. She has bright orange inner gloves, Trisha Chetty, when she takes off her gauntlets. Absolutely fluorescent. Bosch is in. Capsey is playing carefully again out into the offside, trying to find the gap. Unable to do so. Dot ball again. Run rate back at 4. Rate required 6.4. Bosch is in, bowls outside off stump, steered pleasantly away off the back foot by Capsey, out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. One is taken. Bosch is in, slightly slower delivery. Might just have shaped back into Bryony Smith a bit. She tried to steer it out into the gap in the covers, but good work out there diving. To her left by Goodall, and she got a throwaway quickly as well, forcing Smith back into her ground. Bosch in, bowls, Smith cuts, this time past Goodall, and she may have found the gap. She has found the gap at the extra cover boundary, long off. And cover, the sweeper on the boundary, couldn't get there. The ball bisected them and runs under the covers in front of the electronic scoreboard. A much needed boundary as far as England are concerned, and hard work for the South Africa fielders now to retrieve that from under the covers. No sign of any ground staff out there. They are going to have to insert themselves under one of the covers. They can't find it. They're saying, we don't know where it is. We can't see it. So they're going to need a little bit of help. There's no one out there to help them at the moment. There's two fielders out there. Have they got it? They have. They both emerged in their lime green South Africa kit. Not dissimilar in green to the shade sported by the Leicestershire Foxes in the T20 this season. Bosch, 99 for 2, is in and bowls, and swept by Bryony Smith. Far finer than she intended it, I suspect. And it was a little bit of a bottom edge as well. Bounced down into the ground. Cap has to run back from sort of short, fine leg down towards long leg and fields. And Smith picks up a couple, moves into double figures onto 10. 100 is up for England. Came up with that boundary the previous delivery. Bosch in, bowls, outside off stump. Smith on the back foot tries to force through the offside. Can't get it past. Goodall at extra cover. End of the over. 102 for 2. Coming up to the halfway stage. South Africa were 110 for 1 off 25. England 102 for 2 off 24. Almost dead level in terms of Duckworth-Lewis. So nothing in the game at the moment. It's kind of not really about the result. It's about sort of performances, individual performances as much as anything. Malaba's been as impressive as anybody. She bowls to Capsey, who sweeps from outside off stump. Sweeps effectively enough through mid-wicket out towards fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Picks up 1, moves into double figures. Malaba is in. Quicker, flatter delivery. Poor delivery actually. Bounces, it's pulled by Smith out towards the backwards square, whom it reaches on the bounce. Smith a little bit cross with herself for not finding the gap. 2 or 3 yards, 4 yards perhaps to her left would have done that. In goes Malaba. Uses her feet, Capsey, but Malaba drops her length back a little bit. And all Capsey can do is push it back down the pitch to a bit of a tangle between Malaba and Smith. No harm done. Malaba is in. Back goes Capsey. Bouncing the ball into the offside to Marizanne Cap. Malaba tosses that one up. Down the wicket goes Capsey and drives very pleasantly over mid-off. Bounces just a couple of times before crossing the ropes at long off. Used her feet nicely and hit straight. That was probably the key there. Hit through the line of the ball, not trying to sky it over the covers. Hit in the V. Capsey moves on to 14. Pretty safe shot as well with mid-off on the edge of the circle. Malaba is in. She goes for the ramp, semi-executes it. It drops down towards short fine leg. She thinks about a second. Decides it can't be done. Throw comes in. Wicketkeeper who'd gone chasing back, obviously nowhere near the stumps, but the throw in and of itself was enough to prevent a second end of the over. 109 for 2. Capsey moves on to 15. Bit of a risk playing that sort of ramp shot, having hit the previous shot beautifully correctly for 4 with a straight drive. There was no change to the field. She just about got away with it. 109 for 2 after 25 overs. South Africa 110 for 1 after 25 overs. So Bosch's work an over and a half in her second spell is done. Nadine de Klerk is coming back on, this time from the Bennett end. Bustling run outside off stump. Tries to swipe it away there, Capsey, with not too much foot movement. Doesn't get anything on it. It's not taken cleanly by Chetty behind the stump. So poor ball, poor shot, poor piece of wicket keeping. Not a particularly edifying episode. De Klerk is in again outside off stump. Just waits for it that time, Capsey, and plays a much better shot. Hit firmly towards point, but a really good piece of fielding, diving away to her right at point. By Laura Wolfart saves the runs. So an altogether more edifying piece of cricket. Better ball, better shot, better piece of fielding. De Klerk is in, outside off stump, driven through the gap this time by Capsey, out towards deep extra. Single is taken. Sweeper comes off the boundary. De Klerk is in, looking to hit straight. Has to wait for it and adjust there, Bryony Smith, and doesn't time it at all. Trickles out towards mid-on. Cap moves across from mid-wicket to field. Does so comfortably. And there's no run. De Klerk is in, and Smith looking to drive. Doesn't time it, goes out into the offside. I'm laughing slightly because I don't know quite what Trisha Chetty was doing behind the stumps. She was anticipating something that just didn't materialise and sort of flung herself off her feet to her left while the ball was being played out towards extra cover. So anticipation got the better of her really there, outside off stump, driven by Bryony Smith out to the fielder on the cover boundary. One is taken. End of the over. Nelson on the board, 111 for 2. Capsey 16, Smith 12. So repaired the damage to a certain extent. They have now added 31 for the third wicket. These two came together after both openers Bouchier and Jones were dismissed when the score was on 80 for 34 and 42. Respectively. Malaba 6 overs, 1 for 22 for the left armour. It was bowled pretty nicely on the whole. She is in and bowling to Bryony Smith, who goes back, turns the middle and leg delivery out towards square leg, but only as far as the fielder there. Dot ball. Malaba tosses that one up off driven by Bryony Smith, slightly in to out, manoeuvred it rather through mid-off, out towards long off, takes 1. Moves on to 13. Capsey looks around her, wondering where the gaps are. As in goes Malaba, bowls outside off stump. 17-year-old steps forward and drives out to deep extra. Takes 1. 17 off 23 for her. Malaba in to Smith, who, as is her wont, takes the bottom hand off the bat, having driven the ball out through the offside, but good work down there on the offside boundary, running away to her right. I think that's Laura Goodall down there. Saved a couple. In goes Malaba, slog swept by Smith, only as far as deep mid wicket. Out there on the deep mid wicket boundary is Wolfart. So just a single to Smith. Just about keeping pace with Capsey now. These two. In goes... and out goes Capsey there. Thought she'd hit that over square leg. Malaba went in and bowled. Capsey stepped right across into the offside. Tried to lift it over square leg. Succeeded only in lifting it into square leg's hand. So just trying to do the unorthodox again. She'd worked out that there were no fielders behind square on the leg side, but unfortunately for Capsey, she picked out the solitary fielder there, and a bright and rather promising little innings from Alice Capsey comes to an end with her on 17. She just looks down as she walks off, hugely disappointed. She'd got herself in and had hit some really nice shots as well, but that one she'd be less happy about. Trying to do something a little bit different. Maybe conscious that the rate required, run rate required, was just been sneaking up to 6.5s now. And it didn't quite come off for her. She will learn. And she certainly wasn't afraid to try the unexpected. Sinala Jafta was the catcher, on as a substitute for Luce, who hasn't come back on yet that I can see. Whatever damage she's done to her finger, she's either resting it or still being treated, or not taking any further chances perhaps. 116 for 3. As in goes de Klerk and bowls on back foot, defended by Bryony Smith. Back down the pitch to de Klerk, who stops the ball athletically in her follow through. Likes flinging herself around, Nadine de Klerk. This her 6th over, 21 from her first 5. In and bowls. Smith drives, gets a thick outside edge, flies through about second slip down to third man. Throw comes in from Malaba. 1 taken. Smith living a little dangerously, moving on to 17. The experienced Lauren Winfield Hill has come in to replace the rather less experienced Alice Capsey. 31-year-old from York, 55 one-day internationals, over 1,000 runs, 1,186 runs in fact at 23. In goes de Klerk, bowls to the Yorkshireman, who on the back foot plays firmly but only as far as mid-wicket. No run. Made 93 for Diamonds against Thunder last week. But naught against South Africa for England A in the red. Baller goes back and turns that delivery from de Klerk off her ankles almost down towards fine leg. In fact, she doesn't. It comes off her ankles or boots or bottom of the pad. Trickle down towards short fine leg. Cap came into field. The leg by completed. De Klerk in. Bowls driven firmly by Smith, and she's got it through somehow. Both fielders, the fielder at short extra diving across to her right. Tryon couldn't get there, and trying to cover behind her mid-off, sprawling to her left. She couldn't get there either, and it goes through to the sort of wide long off boundary for one or t'other. Should have saved that one. Bryony Smith picks up 4, moves on to 21. In goes de Klerk. Bowls driven again for 4. This time no chance for either fielder at short extra or wide mid off. He'll hit Smith, I beg your pardon, hit that much more cleanly. Didn't hit the first one badly, but that one was very decisive. A very clean and nice shot indeed from Bryony Smith. She moves on to 25, so not a good way to finish the over for Nadine de Klerk. Boundaries off the 5th and 6th deliveries. And as in the England innings, seam is proving expensive. Spin, or at least as generated by Malaba, less so. And she will continue from the pavilion end in as much the same way Maddie Villiers did for England, taking 2 for 40 from her 10. Malaba at the moment 2 for 27 from her 7. She has a new batter to bowl at now in Lauren Winfield Hill. So field closes in slightly. Malaba is in. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill and drives for 4. Nice shot, uses her feet really well, gets to the pitch of it, and what a nice way to get off the mark. No fear from Lauren Winfield Hill. Danced down the wicket, got to the pitch of it, drove head right over the ball to the extra cover boundary. The ball flew. Malaba is in. Back goes Winfield Hill, looking to cut the ball out or drive the ball out into the offside off the back foot. Cap fields at short extra. No run. Malaba is in again, uses her feet nicely. Drives back down the pitch on the onside. Malaba half fields in her follow through with her right hand. Again, a little bit of a semi-tangle with Bryony Smith, who apologises. Or raises a hand in apology anyway. Malaba is in. Lovely delivery on off stump that goes past the outside edge. Might just have straightened a fraction. Wicket baking under the bright sunshine now. And Winfield Hill groping and missed. Malaba is in. Bowls Fuller this time. She goes for the sweep. Winfield Hill bottom edge or pad I suspect. And it trickles out towards short backward square, pursued by Trisha Chetty. 1 is taken. 131 for 3. A large bumblebee flies in front of the commentary box, doesn't bother coming in, which is a relief. Malaba is in. Flatter delivery. She doesn't play that. She doesn't bowl those flat, quick deliveries very well. And it's down the leg side and pulled around the corner by Bryony Smith to the boundary for 4. She moves on to 29. End of the over. A poor one by Malaba's standard. Bowling in this innings so far. 135 for 3. at the end of it. Bryony Smith now going at a runner ball, 29 off 29. Lauren Winfield Hill has 4 off 7. Change your bowling right arm over, says the umpire. De Klerk is coming off, having taken none for 30 from her 6, but that last over was a poor one, with those 5th and 6th ball both going to the boundary. And Ayabonga Kakai is coming back on, I think, from the Bennett end. Scoreboard taking a while to catch up. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, driven by Winfield Hill behind square on the off side. Should pick up at least 2, and does. Bowled at 4 overs in her first spell for 14. Just struggled with a line in particular to the left-hander. Kaka, who is in, bowls outside off stump, too wide, chopped away by Winfield Hill, this time towards deep extra. Not prepared to take on the arm for the second, content having taken 3 off the first 2 balls of the over. 138 for 3. Kaka is in again, very wide, fetched it really, Bryony Smith there, from well outside off stump, through the vacant mid-on, down towards long gone, and again, bottom hand off the bat, having done so. Moves on to 30. Kaka is in, straighter. Winfield Hill adjusts, but rather tardily on the back foot, manages to dig it out into the onside. Ayabonga Kaka fields in her follow through. In she goes and bowls down the wicket goes Winfield Hill, drives beautifully straight. Did it reach the boundary on the full? Yes, it did, says the umpire. Bounce between the ropes and the advertising hoardings, over the advertising hoardings, down towards the Turner Indoor Centre over there. Nice shot from Lauren Winfield Hill. She moves on to 13 off 11, adding a bit of impetus in these middle overs to the England innings. Kaka is in, a little bit short this time. Winfield Hill pulls firmly out towards deep mid wicket. The sweeper can get around to field and does hit it so clean that it got to her very quickly. And so just a single for Winfield Hill. She moves on to 14, but keeps the strike, 14 off 12. For her, 146 for 3, 30 over mark. And they've got the run rate up to pretty much 5s as a consequence. And the rate required has therefore fallen to 6. They've got themselves ahead if you use the Duckworth-Lewis method, England. Let's say this little sort of burst of scoring and hitting, clean hitting from Winfield Hill, making a big difference, looking like the international batter that she is. Waits with bat raise as Malaba goes in to her, uses her feet nicely, hits high through mid-off, bounces once, twice, before being fielded at long off by Lara Goodall. 1 taken. Winfield Hill moves on to 15. Malaba bowls. Hill watches as Smith drives. Malaba put down her left hand. Might be a bit cross she didn't stop it. Runs out towards Goodall again, and one is taken. Long on is brought up to mid-on for Winfield Hill as Malaba is in. Bowls to her, uses her feet nicely, gets to the ball on the full, but it's kind of looping towards leg stump, so she has to work it out into the leg side towards deep mid-wicket and take one instead of hitting high and straight, as I suspect she was hoping to do. Malaba tosses that one up. Smith slog sweeps, getting to it on the full, but only as far as deep mid-wicket. Wolfhard is the fielder. Good throw. Bounces once over the top of the stumps. Malaba is in, outside off stump, driven hard, and it bounces towards Cap, who is hurt by that. Bounced horribly, and I think hit her on the on the wrist as it bounced up towards her, trying to shake it off. Picked herself up, Marizanne Cap, but it is a horrible position to field, and down on her haunches she goes again. That's a real stinging blow. It's a horrible position, A, because it's not far from the bat, but B, because the ball is coming to you across an expanse of not quite desert, but concrete desert, if you like. In goes Malaba, dabbed out into the offside off the back foot by Lauren Winfield Hill into the gap and takes one, and Cap continues to shake her right arm. End of the over. 150 up for England, 151 for 3. 19 overs remain, 114 to win, 7 wickets in hand. Break required exactly 6. Could be tight. I'd say England were favourites at the moment, that is for sure. Possibly sort of 65-35, that sort of percentage. That percentage will certainly stay more in England's favour the longer Lauren Winfield Hill is at the wicket. She's hit the ball very crisply since coming in, taking a lot of the pressure off Bryony Smith. Ayabunga Kakai is in and bowls to Winfield Hill, who goes back and turns the delivery off her legs down towards deep backward square, places it nicely. Cap has to run back from sort of backward of square on the edge of the circle. A long way to go. Also pursues the ball. And Winfield Hill can pick up a couple. Kaka is in and bowls outside off a stump. Winfield Hill cuts, but only as far as Wolfhard, who is on the edge of the circle at point. Kaka is in, down the pitch goes Winfield Hill. Kaka sees her coming and drops it short, but it's pulled. She adjusts really well, such quick hands, Lauren Winfield Hill, and pulls it through mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Moves on to 23 off 19. 157 for 3. Kaka is in full, this time on towards middle and leg. Winfield Hill on drives, but only as far as mid-wicket, standing inside the circle, looking to stop one, as she did on that occasion. De Klerk it is there. Kaka is in, outside off stump full, looking to sort of square drive it away, doesn't get anything on it. Winfield Hill, and gestures to the umpire, Sarah Bartlett. Is that not a wide? Sarah Bartlett looks back rather impassively, doesn't react. Kaka That is in. Lofted drive this time by Winfield Hill, out towards long off. And one is taken. Keeps a strike as well, last ball of the over. She moves on to 24 off 22, 158 for 3, 107 needed, 18 overs in which to get them, and the rate required has dropped below 6 now to 5.9. They're sort of round about 14 runs ahead of the Duckworth Lewis now. And that is almost entirely down to Lauren Winfield Hill. Larber to finish her spell is in. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill and launches her over mid on. Bounces about a foot inside the ropes at long on. Lovely straight hit from Winfield Hill. Didn't really see her coming on that occasion, or didn't adjust anyway, Larber, and went through with the shot mid on the edge of the circle. No chance. Malaba is in. Back goes Winfield Hill, and well, the jabs that one out, off stump out towards short extra. No run. Larber is in. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill, and rather elegantly lifts her right foot off the ground as she strokes the ball back in defence. Back down the pitch to the South Africa left arm spinner, who is in and bowls. Drops a little bit short. Winfield Hill goes back and chops it into the offside. This time the fielder at short extra who manages to make the stop is Andre Stein. She's taken over from Cap there and is getting battered in much the same way. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill, lofts it over mid on, and I think that one did travel the distance this time all the way. Lovely, elegant shot. Lovely, elegant swing from Lauren Winfield Hill. It would not have disgraced the Scottish Open golf. Really nice pickup, really nice swing. Wasn't a violent one, it was just a really, really nice swing, and not before time. Mid-on goes back to long on. Deep extra comes up to the edge of the circle, and of course Winfield Hill goes back, chops the short ball away through the offside, exactly where the sweeper on the extra cover boundary would have been, and picks up 4. So Malaba, who had bowled really nicely up to that point, got clobbered by Winfield Hill in that over. 6 a maximum and 2 fours. Winfield Hill onto 38 off 28, 172 for 3. She's brought the target to well under 100 now. 93 needed off 17. We're going to have another drinks break, and England putting themselves into position of considerable favourites now. They've got the run rate over 5, the rate required down to 5.5. And as I say, the longer Winfield Hill is there, the more certain of victory they can field. A couple of minutes break while drinks are taken. By me too, actually. Excuse me. Drinks have been taken. We are ready to resume here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. England A needing 265 to beat South Africa, and they are in pretty good shape in terms of reaching that target. 172 for 3 off 33 as Kaka comes in and bowls a full toss to Bryony Smith, who sweeps it out to deep square. Almost falls over having played the shot, manages to pick herself up and run to the far end. Comfortable one taken. Smith has been largely a spectator in recent overs, watching no doubt in some admiration as Lauren Winfield-Hill lays waste the bowling. Kaka is in, bowls to Winfield-Hill, who turns it nicely, and perfect placement out towards deep mid-wicket. Didn't try and overhit it again, consequently can pick up 2 as Long On has to run around to field. Only short fine leg is on the edge of the circle. She is the only sort of single saving fielder on the leg side. Otherwise, all 3 fielders are on the boundary as Kaka is in and bowls. Winfield-Hill drives very nicely through the off side. Long off, has to run around to deep extra cover. Winfield-Hill picks up a couple more, moves on to 42 off 30 balls, 177 for 3 runs needed, less than 90 now. Run rate 5.3, rate required 5.3. Kaka is in, bowls outside off stump, slapped rather into the offside by Lauren Winfield-Hill, who leans on her bat in disappointment at missing out on that wide, rather inviting delivery from Ayabunga Kaka. None for 37 she has now as she goes in and bowls another full toss that is driven over the head of Bryony Smith, only over her head because she ducked underneath it, slightly off the bottom of the bat of Winfield-Hill. Whether she's trying to bowl slower balls out of the back of her hand, not quite sure, but it's not quite working at the moment, but that's what the game is all about in a way. In she goes and bowls and driven out into the offside by Bryony Smith, but extra cover, almost dummied her way out of that one really. She was falling to her right but had to reach down to her left to make the stop, but she did. So no harm done. End of the over, 178 for 3, 87 needed. 16 overs to get them, 7 wickets in hand. Changes to the attack will be required if, well, Malaba is done anyway, 2 for 54 from her 10, but they need wickets, South Africa, if they are going to have a chance of winning this game. Marizanne Kapp, having bowled just the 3 overs for 10 runs at the start of the innings, is going to come back on again from the pavilion end, so up the slight incline. She has her fielders out on the leg side boundary, offside all on the edge of the circle as she bowls to Lauren Winfield-Hill onto middle and leg, chipped by Winfield-Hill through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on. Single is taken. 44 to Winfield-Hill has left Smith well behind. Faced almost the same number of balls, 33 to 34, as Kapp is in to Bryony Smith, who waits for that slightly short delivery, works it out towards deep mid-wicket. Might have thought about one for the throw, but no need to take any risks, I suppose. Single taken. Kapp turns in and bowls. Fullish delivery to Lauren Winfield-Hill, driven firmly down into the ground. Back to the experienced South Africa all-rounder. Fields in her follow-through and unfussily turns and marches back to the top of her mark. Runs in and bowls. Slower delivery that is driven by Winfield Hill but not timed. Runs only as far as mid-off, where Anneke Bosch is the fielder. Tightish over so far in terms of runs conceded, at any rate, from Cap, who is in and bowls. Winfield Hill is pulling out to the deep square boundary. Bounces high, but well stopped out there. Jumping into the air, so just the single. Winfield Hill onto 45. 3 singles from the first 5 balls of the over. Cap is in and driving hard down through long on. Very straight is Bryony Smith, and Chloe Tryon, as she has done previously, old-fashioned sort of fielder, just puts down her left foot as she runs across, makes sure she gets something behind it. Stops the ball, picks it up and throws it away. Made no difference. It doesn't look great in terms of the athleticism you see in the field these days, but it can be equally effective. It was always going to be one. She had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and it was just the one anyway. So Smith on to 36. Winfield Hill on 45 will be facing from, well, Ayabunga Kaka is out of the attack now, unsurprisingly, none for 38. And it's going to be Anneke Bosch, who has been sort of equally expensive, her economy rate equally bad really, 5.5 overs. Remember, she completed one of Sune Luce's overs after the leg spinner was hurt. Attempting to take a return catch. So 5.5 overs from Bosch for 33 runs. She is in, bowls, back goes Winfield Hill, calmly blocking the delivery out into the offside. Tryon runs across and fields with her hands. This time and a single is taken. Winfield Hill on to 46. 81 to win. Bosch in, bowls on driven. Not with any huge force or power by Bryony Smith, but made sure she got it through the gap at mid-on, down towards Kakar at long on, and the single is taken. Pretty comfy out there for England A at the moment. Bosch in, bowls. Winfield Hill clips it in the air out towards deep mid wicket. Lovely piece of timing, and it bounces once, twice, and over the ropes at deep mid wicket. 4-4. Nice way to go to your 50 for the Yorkshireman. She raises her bat to the pavilion, shakes hands with Bryony Smith. 50 off 38 balls for Lauren Winfield Hill. And a very fluent, pleasing, in aesthetic terms, innings it has been so far from her. 189 for 3. Stands tall at the crease as in goes Bosch and bowls to her outside off stump. She reaches for it, cuts it into the gap between point and short third man, and it runs down to the wide third man boundary for 4 more. So consecutive boundaries again for Winfield Hill, who is taking England towards victory. That's something of a canter here. Rate required dropped back to 5. 72 off 14.2 now. Bosch is in. A nice high left elbow from Winfield Hill as she bunts it back through mid-on out towards long on, jogs the single, moves on to 55. Making her case here, Lauren Winfield Hill. Surely will be part of the ODI squad, as should be. In goes Bosch and hit firmly over mid-wicket and through mid-wicket for 4 more. So Annika Bosch is going the distance at the moment. 6.3 overs, none for 48. And to whom does South Africa turn now? Because it surely can't be Bosch again. Cap will bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 4 overs, none for 15, but going to have to try something different. Have to end this partnership, because at the moment Winfield Hill and Smith are taking England towards fairly straightforward victory. 67 now just is the number of runs needed from 14 overs at under 5s now, 4.8. Winfield Hill on strike to Cap, who is in and bowls a full toss and a no ball as well. It's driven, but only as far as mid-off, but it will be a free hit for Lauren Winfield Hill, the first of the match. Hurrah. Marizanne Cap looks entirely unmoved by the call. Am I bothered? No. She is in and bowls to Winfield Hill. A bouncer that is tempted to be lifted over the wicket-keeper, and I think is top-edged rather than sort of ramped. She stepped back and tried to sort of cut it away over the top. I think it went directly over the top of the wicket-keeper to the boundary for 4. So 6 runs from the delivery altogether. 200 is up for England A, 203 for 3. Winfield Hill on to 59. Decent bouncer actually from Marizanne Cap, who is in and bowls to Winfield Hill. Fuller delivery, straighter delivery, driven, but only as far as Bosch at mid-off. Sun glinting off Cap's watch as she walks back there. Looks to have something in her right eye, fiddling with around now, but she's okay. Runs away from us and bowls an attempted slower ball. It's a full toss that Winfield Hill just works out through the gap at extra cover to the fielder on the extra cover boundary. Takes 1, moves on to 60 off 44. Smith has 41 off 38. Go Cappy is the encouragement for Marizanne Cap, who is in. Bowls a bouncer, pulled or attempted bouncer, banged it in and pulled out towards deep mid-wicket by Bryony Smith. Not picked up her first time, and Winfield Hill running to the danger end makes her ground comfortably in calling for the second. 206 for 3, under 60 now, needed 59 from 13.2 overs. Cap in, Bryony Smith steps forward, clubs it out into the off side. Good work down there on the extra cover boundary, means it is going to be just 1. It wasn't a great throw, but she got a throw away quickly, and that was the main thing. So just a single. Bryony Smith on to 44. Cap into Winfield, who goes back to delivery on leg stump, nibbles it around the corner, down towards backward square. I think inside edge really a little bit. But she takes 1, keeps the strike. Moves on to 61, 208 for 3 off 37. 57 off 13 at 4.4 with 7 wickets in hand. Should be a stroll in the sunshine. for England A. Well, somewhat to my surprise, I must admit, Annika Bosch is going to continue after being carted all over Grace Road in that previous over. 48 off of 6.5 overs. Which suggests that South Africa's bowling options at the moment are somewhat limited. Obviously, Luce isn't going to come back to continue her leg spin. Bosch is into Winfield Hill, who, with the entirety of the leg side in which to aim, just bunts it through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on. South Africa's tactics here somewhat hard to understand, bearing in mind England A need just 4 runs and over or so. There's a single to be had of every delivery into the leg side. In goes Bosch and bowls, and there goes another, this time from Bryony Hill out towards long on. And she kind of almost daren't bowl on the offside, because all the fielders on the offside are inside the circle, and if it goes past them, it's 4. Bosch is in, full and straight, and this time Winfield Hill can't get hold of it into the leg side. Tries to, but goes straight back down the wicket. Bosch fields in her follow through, but sense now of going through the motions as far as South Africa is concerned is a little hard to avoid. Or to deny. In goes Bosch and clubbed out towards mid-on. Bounces twice before being fielded by Ayamunga Kaka at long on. Winfield Hill on to 63. 3 singles from the first 4 balls of the over. Bosch is in, hit straight back past her, stuck out her right hand, tried to get there, but it's bisected long on and long off, and Bryony Smith picks up 4, moves on to 49. Bosch down on her knees momentarily, thinking, oh, maybe I could have just plucked that one out of the air. It went past her just above head height, but certainly within reach just about, but she was falling away to her left in her follow through. Stuck out her right hand, couldn't pluck the ball out of the air. Smith on to 49 of 42 deliveries. No change in the field, so a single to be had very easily. In goes Bosch, bowls to her, takes a bit of a leading edge. She was looking to work the leg side delivery into the leg side. It squirted out through mid off, but Bryony Smith holds up her bat to the pavilion. She's batted pretty well. In going to 50 of 43 balls, 216 for 3, brings up the 100 partnership as well between Smith and Lauren Winfield Hill. Come up in good time too, and together they have taken England to within 50 now of their target. England A, that is. 49 needed off 12 balls at 4 and over, 7 wickets in hand. They've seen pretty much all the South Africa bowlers. Nadine de Klerk coming back on now, none for 30 from 6. Marizanne Kapp comes off. And you can't help feeling England might do this with a couple of overs to spare. A couple of wickets might make a would make a difference for sure, but no sign of them coming at the moment. De Klerk is in to Smith, who steps back, makes a little bit of room, tries to club it through the offside. De Klerk goes chasing across to her left, as is her wont. Doesn't get there, but the fielder coming in from extra cover on the edge of the circle does. Stein it is. Clerk is in, bowls outside off stump, but something of a wild hack there from Bryony Smith, who gestures that she was actually trying to hit it fairly straight. Rehearses a much more conventional back foot drive through the covers. But the sense that her work is done, she must be a little bit careful not to give it away at this stage. De Klerk is in, drops short, pulled firmly out towards wide mid-wicket, and a bit of relay work down there by the fielders. Not easy, as I say, and Smith manages to pick up a couple. 52 she moves on to. De Klerk is in, swung through mid-on by Smith. There is no mid-on. Long on comes into field. Smith takes one. Leans on her bat on 53 now. Winfield Hill hasn't seen too much of the strike in recent overs. 63 off 48. Has looked a class act really, Lauren Winfield Hill. Waits with bat raised as De Klerk goes in, bowls to her. Not much foot movement, but so much space on the leg side to work the ball into, and she does. Takes one. That's all England need to do. England A. They've got their 4 off the over already. Still a ball to come. Without taking any risks really whatsoever. De Klerk is in, solidly driven to the offside for 4. It was a half volley outside off stump, and no wonder De Klerk raises her hand and then brings it down, and frustration for her. 4 conceded off the last ball of the over. Respectable-ish over up to that point. Not too much respectable about that delivery when your offside field is all up on the edge of the circle, and put away through the offside by Bryony Smith with some aplomb. She moves on to 57, 224 for 3. 41 needed off 11. 7 wickets in hand. It may be a day of considerable political turmoil in England, but not so much on the cricket field as far as England A are concerned. This is beginning to look like a very comfortable and routine victory. And the England camp, per se, will be looking at this performance by South Africa and be thinking, well, very much the favourites to win the one-day series. South Africa, they'll be strengthened, I would imagine, by the return of Shabnim Ismail, a very experienced seamer. I assume she'll be fit. I thought she might play in this game, but we haven't seen her. Maybe still nursing that calf injury that kept her that kept her out of the Test match. And that must be a concern for South Africa, just hoping she's going to be fit for the 3-match series, or maybe the last 2 games, something like that. Kaká's coming on around the wicket, edged, and it's going to go down to third man for Winfield Hill. There was a deep slip placed on the edge of the circle, and somehow it went between wicketkeeper Chetty and the slip. Chetty dived to her right. The slip, who is Marizanne Kapp, dived to her left. The ball bisected the two of them in the air. Would have been low, but it was just about at catchable height for Kapp. And she couldn't get there. And as a result, Kapp comes out of slip, and she is replaced there by Andre Steyn. as round the wicket again, outside off stump. That'll surely be signalled wide from Kaka, and is Winfield Hill steps across but ignores it. It would have been almost a conventional wide there. So bowling purely for catches sort of to the wicketkeeper or slip really now. Kaka round the wicket saying, go on, try and drive, you might edge it. In she goes, bowls, and Winfield Hill does reach for it and hits over the top of it, goes through to Chetty. But, well, it's a plan of sorts on the part of South Africa. Umpire's having a word with Ayabunga Kaka about running onto the pitch, but I think we're long past that stage of concern. She's sort of bowling round the wicket and running right across as a consequence. She is in and bowls to Hill, who does drive in the air, but over the top of backward point to the wide third man boundary for 4. As she moves on to 72. Just 32 needed, so, well, theoretically, she could get to 100. Bryony Smith doesn't see much of the bowling in the next couple of overs, but as plans go, this from South Africa, well, it nearly worked off the first ball, I suppose, as Winfield Hill could have been caught by cap at slip, but it does seem a little one-dimensional. In goes Kaka and bowls on off-stump, very full, dug out by Winfield Hill, only as far as Goodall at extra cover. Kaka is in. Winfield Hill is trying to drive, a bit flat-footed. And it does bounce through to Chetty. Uninterrupted. 2-3-3 for 3. 32 to win. 10.1 overs. Kaka is in. Bowls very wide, reaching for it and carving it down towards third man is Lauren Winfield Hill, taking 1, keeping the strike. She moves on to 73. 31 off 10. Yeah, much to think about for South Africa. As far as England are concerned, there've been good performances, obviously, from Lauren Winfield Hill, but confirmation that she's in form, for sure. On the back of a 93 for the Diamonds against Thunder last week. Looks around her, just checking the field. De Klerk, 7 overs, none for 38. In from the pavilion end. Bowls. Winfield Hill pulls it over towards deep mid wicket. Could be a second, but fielder gets to the ball fairly quickly, so just the 1. 74 she moves on to. And Bryony Smith has also batted pretty nicely. Bouchier and Jones, 34-42. In goes De Klerk, bowls, full, driven, could be 4. Good work, oh, very good work down there on the deep extra cover boundary by Anna Kabosh, getting to the ball and just managing to cling on to it at the second attempt before it crossed the ropes. Bryony Smith picks up a couple, moves on to 59. De Klerk is in, bowls on to Smith's legs, a little bit short, a little bit gentle pulled, but not cleanly out towards mid-wicket. Will have to be content with one. She moves on to 60. 27 needed. Clerk is in. Winfield Hill is driving. She's getting a thick outside edge. It's running through the vacant slip area down to the third man area for four. There have been a couple of those in recent overs, and de Klerk double teapot out there, looking distinctly unimpressed with life generally. But when things aren't going for you, that sort of thing tends to be the way of it. Winfield Hill on to 78. 23 to win. 22 for 100. Whoops. Still in the game in that respect. De Klerk is in. Winfield Hill is driving aerially. Beautiful piece of timing. Bounces over the ropes at deep extra cover for four. It was put out there by de Klerk, and especially with extra cover up on the edge of the circle. Just really got this horribly wrong, South Africa, in every way. If you're going to have this sort of field, you've got to bowl in a certain way, and she barely had to step backwards there. Just gave herself enough room to loft it over extra cover, and having done so, four was the inevitable result. Moves on to 82. 19 to win. De Klerk in to finish her over, and again hit in the air through mid-off down towards long-off on this occasion by Winfield Hill, and she keeps the strike. So she moves on to 83. She needs 17 for 100, 18 needed to win the game for England A. From 9 overs. And they have made the target, which did look severely under par at 265, given that the pitch, the outfield, and as we now know, the nature of the bowling. They have made it look what it is. Very much under par. Ayabunga Kakai is going to continue this sort of round the wicket bowling for a wicket keeper or a slip catch method from the Bennett end. None for 48 she has at the moment, 247 for 3. Winfield Hill taking her time, looking around to see what sort of field is set. We've got a long on and long off at least now. Kaka is in, bowls fairly straight. Winfield Hill happy to take 1-2 long on. Strong wrists, clips it very straight out towards long on, but that might be it as far as reaching her 100 is concerned. 17 to win, 16 for 100, but she's not on strike now. And Bryony Smith perfectly entitled to try and pick up a few runs herself. Kaka is in, bowls to her very wide outside off stump. That will be signalled wide, and is. Tried to step across and chop it away, didn't get anything on it. 16 to win. One more of those. And the century becomes a very unlikely prospect. Outside off stump, chopped into the offside by Bryony Smith, but only as far as Laura Wolfart. Looked in good nick with the bat earlier. Nice 72 she made, so some positives for South Africa to take from the game, in that respect at least. Kaka round the wicket to Bryony Smith with a strengthened offside field. Smith steps across, drives anyway into the offside from outside off stump, but picks out the straightest of the extra covers. Very strange field. Cover, extra cover, well, 2 extra covers essentially. Kaka is in and bowls and manages to work it out towards wide, long on, but just the one will be taken by Winfield Hill and Smith on that occasion. Smith on to 61, 250 up for England, 15 to win. Kaka is in. Winfield Hill hits hard, pulls rather a little bit sloggy, a little bit agricultural, out towards deep mid wicket. That is where the gap is. Manages to pick up 2 more. Keeps a strike. It could still happen. 86, 14 to get 100, 13 to win, but obviously she could hit a 4 after with 1 needed to win. Kaka is in. Winfield Hill does step across, but it's full and just outside off stump. Squeezes it out, but only as far as the straightest of the extra covers. Dot ball 252 for 3. 13 to win. 8 overs. The only tense aspect of this finish is whether Lauren Winfield Hill can get across the line and get 100. I'm sure she won't be too concerned. She's watching as Bryony Smith prepares to face Marizanne Kapp. Runs in and bowls full. Steps back towards the leg side. The ball follows Bryony Smith rather. She works it down towards long on, takes 1. Moves on to 62. 12 to win. 2 sixes. Perhaps, I think not. In goes Kapp and bowls. Very slow delivery that is driven firmly by Winfield Hill, but she had to adjust the shot to the slower ball. Change where she was looking to place it and drove it more or less straight to Bosch at mid-off along the ground. Kapp in. Again, slower ball. Just waits for it, dabs it down towards short third man. Backward point. Takes the quick single. That might be that. In terms of reaching 100, she moves on to 87. 11 to win. Kapp is in. Bowls. Smith gets the full delivery onto leg stump. Works it out towards long on, who doesn't pick up the ball cleanly at her first attempt. And consequently, Smith can come back for the second, and I think that is essentially that. 10 to win. And Smith still on strike. Kapp bowls very wide outside off stump, will be signalled wide, turns in resignation. Doesn't even bother looking at the umpire. She knew full well what was going to happen there, and then scrapes dust away from the crease as though in some way her foot had slipped. Maybe it did. It's done sterling work, this pitch, one way or another. I suspect even it will get a good soaking at the end of this game. Ground staff have gathered, ready to do their work as Kapp is in full outside off stump. Winfield Hill watches as Smith comes down on it and steers it towards point. No run. Scoreboard has Winfield Hill facing, but it isn't. It's Bryony Smith. Scoreboard does now switch across. Cap is in and bowls. Smith waits and swings and clubs it out towards long on. One is taken. Smith keeps a strike. End of Cap's over. 7 to win. 7 overs in which to get those 7 runs. Bryony Smith has taken off her helmet and gone to the umpire for a little bit of assistance from Sophie McClelland, maybe sweat in her eyes or something. Or a fly in her eyes. Been hot work out there for the batters. Touch gloves. Their work is almost done. 258 for 3. Smith will be on strike on 65. The ever-willing de Klerk back on at the Bennett end now. Is in and bowls, and with no fielders close in on the leg side, bowls on the leg stump, and Smith can just turn it into the vast open acreage out there and take one, which she does. Six to win. So Lauren Winfield Hill, well, she could hit a 4 and a 6 and then she would finish on 97, so she isn't going to get her 100. In goes de Klerk, pulled around the corner down to long leg, wide long leg for 4. Poor delivery on the leg stump and helped around the corner by Winfield Hill, who moves into the 90s. 2 to win, 263 for 3. Winfield Hill on 291. It's been a bit of a stroll for England A against what looks to be a fairly limited South Africa attack. If they're going to hurt England, they're going to have to find different ways of doing it, of restricting the scoring rate. But on a good pitch, it looks to me like they're going to struggle. De Klerk is in, bowls, full toss, clubbed over mid-on for a 2 bounce 4, and that is it. The game is done. Lauren Winfield Hill ends 95 not out off just 66 deliveries. A really classy knock from her. Bryony Smith finishes 66 not out of 58 deliveries. England A, keep calling them England A have won by 7 wickets with 6.5 overs to spare. It has been very, very comfortable indeed for England's backup side. They will have learnt some lessons from it, I'm sure. Some that they know already. But they will also have studied the South Africa bowling and will know, England, that it may not hold too many terrors on a good track. Hopefully, those who've been watching on the stream will have enjoyed our coverage, and especially if you're in the vicinity of the East Midlands, we'll get across, or indeed the West Country, because one of the games is in Bristol. We'll get to Northampton or Bristol, or here at the Uptonsteel County Ground on Monday the 18th, week on Monday the 18th of July, 2 p.m. for England against South Africa. But as I say, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It's been informative and useful, hopefully, for both sides. But from myself, Richard Ray, and from Leicestershire County Cricket Club, thank you for your company here at the Uptonsteel County Ground as the players leave the field. It's a very good afternoon from Grace Road. In and bowls. Nice firm on drive by Jones. Back past de Klerk, who tumbled in a follow through trying to... Malaba is in, down the wicket, should be stumped, and is... Boucher used her feet when I was saying it was the right thing to do, and I still think it was. Loose is in, down the wicket, swinging hard, and caught and bowled. Jones has just played it instead of really is in and bowls, and swept by Bryony Smith. Far finer than she intended it, I suspect. And it was a little bit of a in goes. And out goes Capsey there. Thought she'd hit that over square leg. Malaba went in and de Klerk in. Bowls, driven firmly by Smith, and she's got it through somehow. Both fielders, the fielder at short extra. In goes de Klerk, bowls, driven again for 4. This time no chance for either fielder. At short extra is in, down the wicket goes Winfield Hill and drives for 4. Nice shot, uses her feet really well, gets to the pitch of it, and Malaba is in. Flatter delivery. She doesn't play that. She doesn't bowl those flat, quick deliveries very well. And it's down the leg side and pulled around the corner by Bright. Malaba tosses that one up. Smith slog sweeps, getting to it on the full, but only as far as deep mid wicket. Wolfhard. Kaka is in. Down the pitch goes Winfield Hill. Kaka sees her coming and drops it short, but it's pulled. She adjusts really well. Such quick hands, Lauren Winfield. Malaba, to finish her spell, is in. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill and launches her over mid on, bounces about a foot inside, and is getting batted in much the same way. Down the wicket goes Winfield Hill, lofts it over mid on, and I think that one did travel the distance this time, all the way on. Deep extra comes up to the edge of the circle, and of course Winfield Hill goes back, chops the short ball away through the offside edge. In. Bowls, Winfield Hill clips it in the air out towards deep mid wicket. Lovely piece of timing, and it bounces once, twice, and over the rope. Bosch and bowls to her outside off stump. She reaches for it, cuts it into the gap between point and short third man, and it runs down to the wide. In goes Bosch and hit firmly over mid wicket and through mid wicket for 4 more. So Annika Bosch is going the distance. No. She is in and bowls to Winfield Hill, a bouncer that is tempted to be lifted over the wicket keeper. Bosch is in, hit straight back past her, stuck out her right hand, tried to get there, but it's bisected long on and long off, and Bryony Smith picks up. In goes Bosch, bowls to her, takes a bit of a leading edge. She was looking to work the leg side delivery into the leg side. It squirted out through mid off. De Klerk is in, solidly driven to the offside for 4. It was a half volley outside off stump, and no wonder de Klerk raises her hand, and then Kaka's coming on around the wicket, edged, and it's going to go down to third man for 4. Winfield Hill. There was a deep slip placed on the edge. Consequence, she is in and bowls to Hill, who does drive in the air, but over the top of backward point to the wide third man boundary for 4. De Klerk is in. Winfield Hill is driving. She's getting a thick outside edge. It's running through the vacant slip area. Down. De Klerk is in. Winfield Hill is driving aerially. Beautiful piece of timing. Bounces over the ropes. Is in and bowls and manages to work it out towards wide long on, but just the one will be taken. 100. In goes de Klerk, pulled around the corner down to long leg, wide long leg for 4. Poor delivery